Hey there. If you're here, I'm guessing you want two things: a little history and a lot of sleep. So lie back, get comfortable, maybe pull the blanket up like it's your last defense against the 6th century. Tonight we're going back, way back, to a time of knights, castles, honor, and absolutely horrible hygiene. Yes, we're talking about King Arthur, the sword in the stone, the round table. The noble ideals. Sounds romantic, right? Well, it wasn't. If you think medieval life was all glory and destiny, I have bad news. It was more like permanent cold feet, soup that tasted like sadness, and a 50% chance your local wizard was just a guy with bad mushrooms and good PR. But don't worry, we'll take it slow. You don't need armor, just imagination. So close your eyes, breathe in, and prepare to drift into a legendary mess you're lucky to have missed. Expectations versus reality. When you picture a legend, but end up in a mud puddle. So, you've closed your eyes. You're all tucked in. You're picturing it already, aren't you? Arthurian Britain, stone castles wrapped in mist, noble knights in polished armor galloping across green hills, torches flickering in quiet halls, goblets of wine, banquets, lutes, chivalry, maybe even a slightly dramatic love triangle. If you're feeling spicy, sounds beautiful, epic, cinematic, but, and I say this gently, what you're picturing, that's not the 6th century. That's a BBC budget drama with suspiciously clean costumes. The real early medieval Britain, the one King Arthur supposedly lived in, was not like that at all. Let's take a moment to reorient ourselves, shall we? The time period we're talking about is often called the Dark Ages, which isn't entirely fair but isn't entirely wrong either. The Western Roman Empire had collapsed. Their legions had abandoned Britain around 410 CE, taking with them their administrative systems, their organized military, their trading networks, and perhaps most tragically, their knowledge of how to make decent heated floors. Post-Roman Britain wasn't just missing its central government, it was missing its entire civilization infrastructure. What filled that void wasn't exactly an upgrade. Various tribal groups, including the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, who sound like they should be opening a quirky craft brewery but were actually quite dangerous, had moved in from continental Europe. Meanwhile, the native Britons, who may have included our theoretical Arthur figure, were trying to maintain what remained of Romano-British culture while fending off these newcomers. The result was a patchwork of small kingdoms constantly squabbling over territory, resources, and who had the most impressive origin myth. Not exactly the unified realm under a single high king that the legends describe. More like 30 squirrels fighting over a single acorn, but with spears and a concerning lack of indoor plumbing. There were no grand stone castles. Not yet. Most people lived in wooden huts, the kind that let in more rain than they kept out. And I'm being generous with the term hut here. Picture a structure somewhere between ambitious pile of sticks and technically has a roof. These dwellings were usually single-room affairs with walls made of wattle and daub, essentially twigs woven together and smeared with a mixture of mud, clay, animal dung, and straw. It's exactly as fragrant as it sounds. The air inside hung heavy with wood smoke, because proper chimneys weren't quite the architectural priority they are today. Most homes had a simple hearth in the center of the room, with smoke theoretically escaping through a hole in the roof. Theoretically. In practice, the smoke just sort of lingered. It filled the space with a perpetual haze that stung your eyes and coated your lungs. But it did have the somewhat beneficial side effect of preserving the thatch roof and discouraging some insects. Small victories. Your clothes always smelled like burned oak, your hair too. Not exactly the medieval Febreze commercial you were hoping for. But smoke was the least offensive of the aromas that made up daily life. The authentic smell of 6th century Britain was a complex bouquet of unwashed bodies, animal manure, rotting vegetables, tanning leather, and smoke, all marinating together in the constant damp of Britain's generous climate. If time travel is ever invented, the first thing that would hit you wouldn't be the sight of the past, but its overwhelming olfactory assault. These homes had dirt floors that turned to mud whenever it rained, which in Britain was, well, Tuesday through Monday. A single room served as kitchen, bedroom, living area, and occasionally barnyard, when a particularly valuable chicken needed protection from foxes, or when the weather was too severe for the livestock to remain outside. Privacy was a concept as foreign as indoor plumbing. And speaking of plumbing, there wasn't any. Human waste management consisted of a trip to the nearest bushes, a communal cesspit, or occasionally a bucket that someone drew the short straw to empty. Roman sewage systems were a fading memory, reminisced about by elders the way your grandparents talk about the good old days when gas cost a nickel. Back in my day, we could defecate indoors, in a special room, and it would just go away. For bathing, you might have access to a nearby stream or river if you were lucky. Bathing was less frequent than modern standards would prefer, but not as rare as the medieval stereotype suggests. People did clean themselves. They just didn't have the luxury of hot showers and scented body wash. A dip in a cold river was as refreshing then as it is now, just with more risk of waterborne illness and leeches.
Fun!
Furniture was minimal and crude by our standards. Beds? More like slightly elevated platforms of straw covered with rough fabric or animal skins. The concept of mattress technology hadn't progressed much beyond, "This pile of dried grass is softer than the ground." You shared this delightful sleeping arrangement with various uninvited guests, fleas, lice, bedbugs, and occasionally a mouse or two seeking warmth. Sleep wasn't so much restful as it was a nightly endurance test. Tables were simple affairs, often just planks laid across trestles that could be taken down when not in use. Chairs were a luxury. Most people sat on benches or stools. Storage consisted of wooden chests, woven baskets, or pottery containers. The minimalist aesthetic wasn't a design choice, it was all they had. Marie Kondo would have nothing to do in these dwellings. Everything already served a purpose, or it wouldn't be there at all. Lighting came from the central fire, from rushlights, dried reeds soaked in animal fat, or occasionally from tallow candles for those who could afford them. The night was genuinely dark in a way that's nearly impossible to experience in our modern world of light pollution. When the sun went down, true darkness descended, broken only by the faint glow of fires and the distant gleam of stars. The night was a time of vulnerability, of huddling together for warmth and protection, of listening to the sounds of creatures moving in the darkness outside. Clothing was itchy. Not new wool sweater itchy, but I may have accidentally dressed myself in a family of thistles itchy. Rough spun wool, occasionally supplemented with linen for those who could afford it, made up the bulk of everyone's wardrobe. Clothes were labor-intensive to produce, so most people owned very few garments, perhaps one everyday outfit, and one slightly less worn one for special occasions. These clothes were rarely washed because the process was laborious, and frankly, everyone else smelled just as bad, so why bother? The fabric was usually undyed or colored with natural dyes that produced muted earthy tones, browns, dull greens, rusty reds. Nothing like the vibrant kaleidoscope we see in movie depictions. Fashion consisted mainly of, is it covering the parts that need covering? And, will it keep me from freezing to death? High standards, those. Undergarments, if they existed at all, were simple linen shifts. Forget about elastic, synthetic fabrics or anything remotely resembling modern underwear. Footwear consisted of leather shoes or boots for the fortunate, simple sandals for others, or going barefoot for many, especially children. Socks were knitted from wool when available, and they were about as comfortable as you'd expect handmade wool socks to be without modern spinning techniques. Rough, prone to slipping down, and perpetually damp in Britain's climate. Weather protection came in the form of cloaks, essentially glorified blankets with maybe a fastening at the neck. No Gore-Tex, no waterproofing, no umbrellas. When it rained, which again was often, you got wet. When it was cold, you were cold. The elements weren't something you kept out. They were something you endured. And the biggest building in your village? Probably a communal hall where the local lord, and I use that term generously, held court. The lord might be anyone from a minor king of a few square miles to a warrior who simply had enough men willing to follow him to enforce his authority. This hall wouldn't be the soaring, vaulted ceiling affair you're picturing. Think of a larger version of the humble huts, perhaps with stone foundations if you were particularly prosperous. Inside, the hall served as the center of community life, a place for gatherings, feasts, legal proceedings, and shelter during raids. By held court, I mean the lord sat on a slightly taller wooden stool than everyone else while settling disputes about whose goat ate whose cabbages. The legal system was less 12 impartial jurors and more whatever the guy with the most swords thinks is fair. Very majestic. Christianity was present but still intermingled with older pagan beliefs in many areas. Churches, where they existed, were simple wooden structures, not the grand stone cathedrals that would come centuries later. The average person's religious experience was a blend of Christian teachings and pre-Christian traditions, with local priests who might be barely more literate than their congregations. Holy days were important community events, providing rare opportunities for celebration and a break from the relentless labor of survival. Speaking of survival, let's talk about food. Forget lavish feasts with roasted peacocks and servants carrying trays of exotic fruits. The everyday diet was monotonous, seasonal, and often precarious. Bread was the staple. Coarse, dense bread made from barley, rye, or occasionally wheat for the wealthy. It was often heavy, sometimes containing pebbles from the millstones used to grind the grain, providing both nutrition and unexpected dental challenges. Vegetables came from whatever could be grown locally. Cabbage, onions, leeks, garlic, turnips, and beans were common. Meat was a luxury for most, appearing on the table primarily during festivals or after a successful hunt. Fish and eels were more accessible, especially near rivers or the coast. Dairy products like cheese and butter provided valuable fats and proteins. Food preservation was crucial for surviving winter. Smoking, drying, salting, and fermentation were the technologies that kept starvation at bay when nothing grew. The winter months were a time of carefully rationed stores, and sometimes genuine hunger as supplies dwindled before spring arrived. Famine was a recurring specter, caused by poor harvests, harsh winters, or the disruption of war. For drinking, water was often unsafe due to contamination, so weak ale was the everyday beverage for everyone, including children. This wasn't the high-alcohol craft beer of today. It was low in alcohol content and provided both hydration and some nutrition from the grains used. Wine existed but was primarily imported and therefore expensive, reserved for the elite or religious ceremonies. Armor? Sure, if you were rich. And by rich, I mean one of maybe 3 people within 100 miles who owns metal. The romantic image of knights in gleaming plate armor is off by about 7 or 8 centuries. In Arthurian times, warriors might have worn mail shirts, interlocked metal rings, if they were extremely wealthy or important. Mail was labor-intensive to create, with each individual ring needing to be crafted, linked, and riveted closed by hand. A single mail shirt represented thousands of hours of skilled labor. Most warriors made do with leather hardened by boiling, thick, padded gambesons made of multiple layers of fabric, wooden shields that splintered alarmingly fast in battle, and the fervent hope that whoever was trying to kill them had worse aim than they did. Helmets might be simple metal caps, or, again for the elite, more elaborate designs with partial face protection. But the full-face visored helmets of later medieval periods? Not a thing yet. Battles weren't the choreographed sword fights of cinema. They were chaotic, terrifying affairs where formation and discipline often mattered more than individual prowess. The primary weapons weren't even swords. Those were sidearms, the pistols of their day. Spears, javelins, and axes were the main battlefield weapons because they were more effective against shields and the limited armor of the time, and because they were cheaper to produce. A good sword was extraordinarily expensive, representing weeks or months of a skilled blacksmith's labor. And those blacksmiths weren't working with modern metallurgy knowledge. The quality of weapons varied dramatically based on the smith's skill and access to good materials. Pattern welding, a technique that created beautifully swirled patterns in blade metal and improved its strength, was the height of technology, not some mystical process that imbued weapons with magical properties. Though admittedly, to people who didn't understand the metallurgical science, it might as well have been magic. Knights didn't gallop in formation. They stumbled through boggy fields trying not to trip over their own spears. Cavalry existed, but wasn't the dominant battlefield force it would later become. Horses were smaller than modern war horses, and the stirrup, that crucial invention that allows a rider to stay mounted while delivering a powerful lance charge, was either just being introduced or still unknown in Western Europe. Transportation in general was a far cry from the elegant processions depicted in art. Roads were the deteriorating remnants of Roman engineering, or simple dirt tracks that turned to impassable mud with each rainfall. Carts had wooden wheels that broke frequently on rough terrain. Sea travel was faster than land transport when available, but ships were small, open to the elements, and dependent on wind, tides, and the whims of weather. The Round Table? Lovely idea. Very symbolic of equality and brotherhood, but most likely just a poetic invention from centuries later, added to the legend as Arthurian stories evolved through the Middle Ages. The concept makes for great storytelling. Knights gathered as equals, no head position to signify superiority. In reality, early medieval social structures were rigidly hierarchical, with everyone knowing their exact place in relation to everyone else. Your actual dining experience would involve sitting on a bench at a rough-hewn table, eating with your fingers because forks weren't popular yet, and hoping the person next to you hadn't brought their personal collection of fleas to dinner. Spoons existed, as did knives, which doubled as everyday tools and eating utensils. You'd likely carry your own knife rather than expecting one to be provided. The food arrived in communal dishes that everyone reached into. No individual plating, no concern about double dipping. Bread often served as both plate and utensil, with a thick slice, a trencher, used to hold meat or stew after the meal. These sauce-soaked trenchers might be eaten, given to the poor, or fed to dogs, depending on how much the bread had absorbed and how hungry everyone still was. Table manners consisted mainly of try not to stab anyone unless they really deserve it, and perhaps don't take all the meat before the Lord has had his share. The modern obsession with which fork to use for salad would be utterly bewildering to people concerned primarily with getting enough calories to survive another day of hard physical labor. Mealtime entertainment wouldn't be the elegant strumming of lutes or recitation of courtly poetry. at least not in the form later centuries would recognize. Musicians certainly existed, as did storytellers, but the sophisticated traditions of courtly love and chivalric tales were still evolving. Music was played on simple instruments, drums, pipes, crude stringed instruments. Songs were likely rhythmic and meant for participation rather than passive listening, helping to build community bonds and preserve cultural memory through shared performance. Storytelling was central to community life in a largely illiterate society. Tales were passed orally, changing with each telling, incorporating local landmarks, recent events, and audience reactions. Stories weren't fixed texts, but living documents that evolved as they traveled from place to place. The Arthurian legends themselves began this way, as oral traditions that weren't written down until centuries after they supposedly occurred, accumulating details, embellishments, and cultural values from each era they passed through. Magic swords? There were swords. Heavy practical things made more for hacking than elegant fencing. They weren't glowing. They weren't engraved with mystical runes that lit up when orcs were nearby. Orcs, by the way, wouldn't be invented until Tolkien came along millennia later. And you definitely didn't pull them out of a stone with a dramatic musical crescendo. You pulled them out of a muddy sheath, wiped them on your equally muddy tunic, and prayed to whatever god you favored that the blade wouldn't snap when you hit something harder than expected. That said, swords did hold special significance in early medieval culture. They were expensive, representing an enormous investment of resources and skilled labor. They could be passed down through generations, accumulating stories and reputations. Some were given names, a practice that acknowledged their importance and quasi-magical status in a world where metallurgy was poorly understood. The process of forging a sword, the fire, the hammering, the transformation of earth into weapon, had an inherently mystical quality to people who didn't understand the chemistry involved. The most famous sword in Arthurian legend is, of course, Excalibur, sometimes distinguished from the sword in the stone, sometimes portrayed as the same weapon. In some versions, Excalibur comes from the Lady of the Lake, a mysterious figure who reaches up from the water to present Arthur with his magical blade. It's a wonderful image, rich with symbolism about kingship deriving power from the land and its mysterious forces. The actual origin of this story element may lie in a ritual practice of depositing valuable items in lakes, rivers, and bogs, a tradition dating back to prehistoric times across northern Europe. Archaeologists have recovered numerous weapons from watery contexts, suggesting deliberate deposition rather than accidental loss. These water offerings might have been sacrifices to deities, tokens of victory, or symbolic gestures marking important events. The sword from the lake may be a reversed version of this practice, the water giving back what humans had offered to it over centuries. As for Excalibur's magical properties, cutting through anything, its scabbard preventing the wearer from bleeding, these reflect the genuine awe that high-quality weapons inspired. A well-made sword in skilled hands would indeed seem almost supernatural compared to inferior weapons. The scabbard's protective power might echo the very real advantage that armor provided, transforming potential killing blows into survivable injuries. But let's be honest, most warriors weren't wielding legendary blades. They carried whatever weapons they could afford or make: spears with fire-hardened points, farm tools repurposed for combat, clubs enhanced with metal studs if they were lucky. Warfare was primarily the business of the elite, but when violence came to village or field, people defended themselves with whatever came to hand. And let's not forget the romance. Ah yes, the great medieval love stories, Guinevere and Lancelot's forbidden passion, Tristan and Isolde's tragic affair. The courtly devotion of knights to their ladies, beautiful on parchment, considerably less so in reality. These romantic elements weren't even part of the original Arthurian stories. They were added centuries later during the High Middle Ages, when courtly love became a literary fashion. The early Welsh tales that form the oldest layer of Arthurian material mention Arthur's wife, but contain none of the love triangles or romantic intrigues that later became central to the legend. Marriage in the 6th century was mostly a business deal, sealed with livestock and mutual resignation. You didn't marry for love. You married because your uncle owed someone a cow and your hand in marriage seemed like a fair trade. Marriage consolidated land, formed alliances between families, and ensured legitimate heirs. Romantic attachment might develop later, but it wasn't the starting point. For nobility, marriages were political arrangements, sometimes made when the parties were still children. For commoners, practical considerations dominated. Could your potential spouse work hard, bear children, contribute to the household economy? The concept of marrying your soulmate would have seemed as strange to them as arranging your child's marriage to secure a military alliance would seem to us. Physical attraction? Sure, that existed. People haven't changed that much. But when considering a life partner, the primary question wasn't, does my heart flutter when they enter the room? But rather, will this person help me survive the winter? Dental hygiene consisted of, still has most teeth, and breath mints wouldn't be invented for quite some time. Imagine kissing someone whose last oral care routine involved chewing on a stick. Personal grooming in general was limited by available tools and products. Combs existed but were luxury items. Soap was crude and harsh when available, and bathing frequency varied widely by region, season, and individual preference. Beauty standards differed dramatically from our own. Plumpness suggested prosperity and good health in a world where food scarcity was common. Pale skin indicated that one didn't have to labor outdoors, a status marker rather than an aesthetic preference. Perfect teeth, clear skin, and styled hair were not expectations but rare good fortune. As for the elaborate courtship rituals depicted in later medieval romances, the exchange of tokens, the secret meetings, the longing gazes across crowded halls, these bear little resemblance to early medieval practices. Courtship, when it occurred at all, was a pragmatic process supervised by families and community, not the private emotion-driven affair we recognize today. Disease was everywhere. Medicine was mostly guesswork mixed with superstition, and the average lifespan hovered around, well, that was quick. A splinter could kill you if it got infected. Childbirth was terrifyingly dangerous, and a common cold could sweep through a village like a miniature apocalypse. The medical technology of the time was a blend of practical herbal knowledge, quasi-religious rituals, and pure hope. Some herbal remedies did contain compounds we now know have genuine medicinal properties. Willow bark contains salicylic acid, a precursor to aspirin. Certain molds that might grow on bread contain antibiotics similar to penicillin, but these were administered alongside treatments based on the theory of humors, or the belief that illness was caused by demonic influence or divine punishment. A typical healer's toolkit might include herbs gathered at specific phases of the moon, prayers and incantations, bleeding devices to release bad humors, and a collection of amulets meant to ward off illness. Some of these approaches did no harm and might provide psychological comfort. Others, like bloodletting, could weaken an already vulnerable patient. Surgical techniques existed but were primitive by modern standards, performed without anesthesia beyond alcohol or opium when available, and without understanding of germ theory or sterilization. Amputation was a relatively common procedure for severe injuries to limbs. with heated metal used to cauterize the wound and prevent bleeding. Survival rates were understandably low. Childbirth was perhaps the most dangerous regular event in a woman's life. Without modern obstetric knowledge or cesarean sections for complicated births, both mother and infant mortality rates were high. Midwives provided the primary care, using knowledge passed down through generations of practice, but they were limited by the technology and understanding of their time. Epidemic disease was a constant threat, with limited understanding of how illness spread or how to contain outbreaks. The famous Black Death was still centuries in the future, but other diseases like dysentery, typhoid, and various fevers regularly claimed lives. Without vaccines, antibiotics, or effective public health measures, communities were largely defenseless against these invisible killers. Dental problems were particularly common and painful. Without modern dentistry, a tooth abscess could be excruciating and potentially fatal if the infection spread. Extraction was the primary treatment for severe dental issues, performed without effective pain management. The stereotypical medieval smile with missing teeth isn't an exaggeration. It was the reality for many adults who'd survived long enough to lose them. Mental health conditions were understood through religious or supernatural frameworks, rather than medical ones. What we might now recognize as depression, anxiety disorders, or psychosis would likely have been interpreted as spiritual afflictions, character flaws, or in some cases, possession or divine punishment. Treatment, such as it was, fell to religious authorities as often as to healers. Daily life was dominated by work, constant physical necessary labor that began at dawn and ended at dusk. The fantasy of medieval leisure, of knights with nothing to do but joust and rescue maidens, bears no resemblance to historical reality. Everyone worked, from the highest to the lowest, though the nature of that work varied by social status. Agricultural labor consumed most people's lives following the relentless cycle of seasons. Spring meant plowing and planting. Summer brought weeding and maintenance. Autumn was harvest time, and winter was for repairs, indoor crafts, and surviving on stored provisions. Fields were worked with simple tools, wooden plows, sometimes fitted with iron shares, hoes, rakes, scythes for harvesting. A farmer's most valuable possessions were likely his draft animals, oxen or horses that pulled plows and carts. Crafts were handed down through generations, often organized in family workshops rather than the formal guild structures that would develop later. Pottery, weaving, metalworking, woodworking, leatherworking all required years of apprenticeship and practice. The results were functional rather than decorative for everyday use, though special items might receive more elaborate treatment. Women's work was as essential as men's to survival. They managed households, prepared food, brewed ale, spun thread, wove fabric, made clothing, tended gardens, preserved foods, cared for children, and often participated in agricultural labor during busy seasons. The strict gender division of labor that's sometimes portrayed in fiction was a luxury few communities could afford when survival required everyone's contribution. Children began working as soon as they were physically capable, around age 7 or earlier. They weren't sent to school. Formal education was rare and primarily religious in nature, available mainly to those intended for the church. Instead, children learned by doing, assisting with progressively more complex tasks as they grew. Leisure existed but was interwoven with work and religious observance. Holy days provided breaks from labor, with church services followed by community celebrations. Seasonal festivals marked the agricultural calendar: planting, harvest, midwinter, midsummer. These were rare opportunities for relaxation, community bonding, courtship, and the reinforcement of shared cultural values. Games and sports provided both entertainment and practical training. Wrestling, archery competitions, and ball games developed skills useful for warfare while building community bonds. Storytelling around fires, music, and dance were universal entertainments requiring no special equipment or wealth. They sat in those smoky huts after long days of back-breaking labor and whispered tales of courage, of honor, of something greater than their mud-caked existence. Maybe King Arthur wasn't real in the historical sense, but the need for him was. The desire for something better, something nobler than reality, has always been deeply human. It's as real now as it was then, as you drift off to sleep dreaming of castles instead of cubicles. We're not so different from those early medieval storytellers. We still crave narratives that help us make sense of our world. We still need heroes who embody our highest values. We still use stories to escape, to inspire, to connect with others. Our technology for telling those stories has evolved dramatically, from oral recitation to illuminated manuscripts to printed books to digital media. But the fundamental purpose remains unchanged. Perhaps that's why Arthurian legends continue to resonate with us, despite our knowledge of their historical inaccuracy. We recognize in them the eternal human struggle to reconcile ideals with reality, to build something meaningful in an imperfect world, to believe that our actions matter beyond our immediate circumstances. The stories speak to something deeper than their surface details of knights and quests. The gap between the historical 6th century and the legendary Camelot isn't a flaw in the tradition, but a feature of it. A demonstration of our remarkable ability to transform the raw materials of reality into something with enduring symbolic power. That transformation isn't deception, but creativity, the same impulse that produces all art and culture. So when we explore the muddy, uncomfortable reality behind the shining legend, we're not debunking or diminishing the tradition, but enriching our understanding of its development and significance. We're acknowledging both the distance that separates us from the past and the continuity of human experience across time. We're recognizing that even in circumstances vastly different from our own, people found ways to hope, to create, to imagine possibilities beyond their immediate horizons. So tonight we'll stay here, in the gap between legend and reality, not to ruin the myth, just to take off its shiny helmet and see the bedhead underneath. To remember that even our most cherished stories began in places far less comfortable than where we hear them now. To appreciate both the difficult truths of history and the transformative power of imagination. To recognize that the greatest magic in the Arthurian tradition isn't in enchanted swords or prophetic wizards, but in humanity's endless capacity to create meaning through narrative. Next up, let's go live a day in those rough wool socks, from sunrise to sunset, from cold floor to colder food. Because if you think being King Arthur was tough, try just being alive near him. We'll wake before dawn to the crowing of that angry rooster, the one creature in the village that seems genuinely pleased to be up this early. The fire in the hearth has died down overnight, leaving the hut cold and filled with the lingering smell of last night's smoke. Someone, probably you, if you're the youngest or lowest in household hierarchy, needs to rekindle it, blowing gently on the coals until new kindling catches. There's no leisurely stretching, no hitting the snooze button, no scrolling through messages before fully waking. The day's work won't wait, and in an agricultural society dependent on sunlight, every moment of daylight is precious. Animals need feeding, water needs fetching, fires need tending, food needs preparing, all before the day's main labor begins. Breakfast might be a piece of yesterday's bread dipped in ale, perhaps with a bit of cheese if your household has dairy animals. It's eaten quickly, standing up, because time spent sitting is time not working. The concept of breakfast as a leisurely meal would seem absurdly indulgent to people for whom food security is a constant concern. Then it's off to whatever seasonal labor awaits: plowing, planting, weeding, harvesting, threshing, milling, depending on the time of year. This work is physically demanding, repetitive, and essential for survival. There are no labor-saving devices beyond simple tools and animal power. Every bushel of grain, every bundle of hay, every basket of vegetables represents human muscle and sweat. Midday brings a brief pause for the main meal of the day. Eaten in the field during busy seasons or back at the household when work is closer to home. This might be pottage, a thick stew of whatever vegetables are available, perhaps enhanced with a small amount of meat or fish if you're fortunate. It's filling rather than flavorful, designed to provide the energy needed for the afternoon's labor. The work continues until daylight begins to fade. Then it's time for bringing in animals, securing tools, preserving the day's harvest if needed, and preparing the evening meal. This final meal is simpler than middays. Perhaps more bread, cheese, perhaps some cold meat left from midday cooking. Evening activities take place by firelight or, for the wealthier, rushlights or tallow candles. This is when domestic crafts continue: spinning, weaving, mending, whittling, simple woodworking. It's also the time for community, for gathering in the household or on special occasions in the village hall. Songs are sung, stories told, plans made for tomorrow's work. Without artificial lighting to extend the day, people generally sleep not long after darkness falls, conserving both fuel and energy. Sleep comes on shared pallets or simple beds, often multiple people to a sleeping space for warmth and efficient use of shelter. The night is truly dark, except for the dim glow of banked fires, and truly quiet, except for the sounds of breathing, the occasional animal noise, or the howl of wind outside. And then the rooster crows again, and it all begins once more. The same pattern of labor, food, community, and rest that structures not just days, but seasons and lifetimes. This is the real world behind the Arthurian legends, a world of physical hardship, limited resources, and constant labor, but also a world of direct connection to natural cycles, of tight-knit communities, of skills honed through daily practice, of self-sufficiency and interdependence in equal measure. Understanding this reality doesn't diminish the legends that grew from it, but helps us appreciate both how extraordinary they were and how deeply they were rooted in the material conditions and social structures of their time. As you drift toward sleep, remember, every epic tale begins with someone simply living their everyday life until something changes, something disrupts the pattern, something calls them to adventure. Even King Arthur, before he was King Arthur, was just a person getting through each day, eating, working, sleeping, dreaming. The extraordinary emerges from the ordinary, the legendary from the mundane. Who knows what stories future generations might tell about our seemingly unremarkable lives? A day in the life. You wake up in Arthurian Britain and immediately regret it. Now that we've explored the stark contrast between the legendary Camelot and the historical reality of post-Roman Britain, let's dive deeper into the day-to-day experience of an ordinary person living during this period. Forget the knights in shining armor and magical adventures. We're about to experience the gritty, often uncomfortable details of everyday survival. The people who lived through this era didn't think of themselves as inhabitants of the Dark Ages or characters in some grand historical narrative. They were simply living their lives, dealing with the practical challenges of existence in a world very different from our own. The rhythms of their days were dictated by sunlight and seasons, by agricultural necessities and basic human needs, by community obligations and the ever-present struggle to secure enough resources to survive until tomorrow. Let's follow along through a typical day, from the first light of dawn to the final embers of the evening fire. What you're about to experience isn't the story of a hero or king, but perhaps something more remarkable. The resilience of ordinary people whose countless small efforts to endure and find meaning in difficult circumstances provided the foundation upon which all those grand legends were built. So pull your scratchy blanket a little tighter, prepare for the smell of smoke and unwashed bodies, and step into the muddy footprints of someone whose name history never recorded, but whose life represented the reality behind the myths we still remember today. You wake up. Sort of. There's no alarm clock, just a chicken yelling directly into your soul. Or maybe it's your neighbor coughing again. He's been doing that for 6 winters now. You're not sure if he's sick, dying, or just very committed to drama. Either way, it's dawn, which means you're already late. Your bed is straw. Well, it was straw. Now it's mostly damp straw, plus whatever the local rodents have kindly donated in the night. These uninvited roommates seem to think rent is optional, and your sleeping space is communal property. The concept of pest control in this era consists primarily of cats with questionable hunting motivation and the occasional desperate swing of a broom. In more affluent households, you might find mattresses stuffed with wool or feathers, but for most people, it's straw or heather piled on a wooden platform or directly on the dirt floor. The innovation of the 4-poster bed with its frame and ropes to support a mattress is still centuries away. Right now, the height of bedding technology is slightly elevated above the ground so the dampness takes longer to reach you. Sleep in medieval times isn't the uninterrupted 8 hours we consider ideal today. You likely woke several times during the night to add wood to the fire, to check on children or animals, to listen anxiously as something moved outside the hut. The concept of first sleep and second sleep was common, with a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night that was considered normal. Some used this midnight waking for prayer, others for quiet contemplation, and occasionally, when the neighbors weren't listening too closely, for procreation. There's no mattress, no pillow, and the blanket? It's more like a slightly warmer curtain that smells like sheep and sadness. The wool is rough enough to exfoliate skin you didn't know you had, and the pattern, if you can call it that, is best described as mud with personality. It's been passed down through at least 3 generations, acquiring new stains and mysterious odors with each inheritor. You'd wash it more often, but that would require hauling water, heating it over a fire that constantly threatens to fill your hut with smoke, and using precious soap that you're saving for more important things. Like maybe not dying of infection the next time you cut yourself. Cozy. You sit up. Slowly, your back cracks like a dry branch. You stretch, and immediately regret it because your hut ceiling is about 5 feet tall and made of something you just headbutted. It might be wattle and daub, a charming combination of twigs, mud, and possibly some animal dung for extra structural integrity. Or perhaps it's thatch, which means you've just disturbed whatever creatures have made their home in your roof over the winter. A small shower of debris drifts down, landing partly in your hair and partly in your mouth. Good morning to you too, little roof friends. Your home, if we're feeling generous with terminology, is likely just one room that serves every possible function. The concept of specialized spaces, bedrooms, kitchens, living rooms, is a luxury for future generations. Your entire living quarters might measure 15 feet across. housing your entire family and occasionally livestock during harsh weather or when wolves are prowling nearby. Privacy is a concept that won't be invented for several hundred years. The floor beneath your feet is either packed earth or, if you're among the fortunate minority, rough wooden planks with generous gaps that welcome drafts and provide convenient escape routes for dropped food. These gaps also serve as a primitive waste disposal system. Small items can simply be swept into them, becoming problems for future archaeologists rather than present-day housekeepers. In the center of your home sits a hearth, a stone-lined fire pit with smoke theoretically escaping through a hole in the roof. In practice, smoke goes wherever it pleases, resulting in perpetually irritated eyes and blackened ceiling beams. This single fire is the heart of your home, your heating system, your cooking apparatus, your light source, and during particularly damp seasons, the only thing preventing mold from claiming your few possessions as its own. Your furniture is minimal, perhaps a bench or stool, a chest for storing your most valuable possessions, which realistically might be an extra tunic and a slightly better knife, and possibly a table if you're climbing the social ladder. Decorations are non-existent unless you count the interesting patterns formed by soot on the walls or the occasional bit of carved wood on a spoon handle. Martha Stewart would not be impressed, but then again, she's never had to worry about Vikings. Good morning, 6th century. Hygiene? Adorable idea. Time to freshen up. There's no toothbrush, no toothpaste, no sink. What you do have is a wooden bucket of water, which has been sitting outside all night, developing personality. It's collected a thin film of ice, several curious insects, and what appears to be a small leaf that somehow looks judgmental. You break the ice with a finger that immediately protests this decision. It's cold. Not refreshing cold, but I hate this timeline cold. The kind of cold that makes your teeth ache and your brain question every life choice that led to this moment. The water numbs your hands almost instantly, which might actually be a blessing considering what's coming next. You splash a bit on your face, mostly out of obligation. It wakes you up enough to notice the smell in the room, which you hope isn't you. But let's be honest, it probably is. Dental care in early medieval Britain is what modern dentists would call a nightmare scenario. There are no toothbrushes as we know them. Instead, you might chew on the frayed end of a twig to clean your teeth. Nature's toothbrush. Various woods were preferred for their taste or texture, with hazel, oak, or dogwood being common choices. Some people used cloths to rub their teeth or simply rinsed with water. Toothpaste? More like a powder made from crushed herbs, salt, or even crushed oyster shells if you lived near the coast. The abrasiveness would remove some plaque along with, eventually, your enamel. Mouthwash might be a herbal infusion or, among the wealthy, wine or vinegar. Neither particularly effective, but at least the alcohol content of wine might temporarily reduce bacteria right before the sugars fed them again. The result of this oral care regimen is exactly what you'd expect. By your 30s, if you're lucky enough to reach them, you're likely missing several teeth, and the ones that remain are worn, discolored, and occasionally painful. Tooth extraction is the primary form of dental treatment, performed by whoever has the strongest grip and highest pain tolerance, not necessarily yours. Baths? You don't take those often. Maybe once a week, maybe once a season. Depends on how rich you are and how many buckets your village owns. Bathing isn't as rare as later medieval periods would make it, but it's certainly not a daily affair. Contrary to popular belief, early medieval people didn't avoid water out of principle. They just had limited access to convenient, heated water and little understanding of the relationship between hygiene and health. If you're a peasant, your bath might be a quick dip in a nearby stream during warmer months. In winter, it's more likely to be a partial wash using water heated over the fire, focusing on hands, face, and perhaps feet. Full immersion bathing is a luxury requiring significant effort to heat enough water, so it's reserved for special occasions or the wealthy. The truly elite might have wooden tubs that can be filled by servants carrying buckets of heated water, a process requiring considerable time, labor, and firewood. Some monasteries and Roman settlements maintain bathhouses, a lingering influence of Roman culture, but these are far from universal and not accessible to the average person. Soap exists, technically. It's made from animal fat and ashes, and it smells about as good as it sounds. Luxury. This soap bears little resemblance to the colorful, fragrant bars of your local boutique. It's a soft, brownish substance made by combining animal fat, usually tallow from sheep or cattle, with lye created from wood ashes. The process is labor-intensive and a bit dangerous, as lye is caustic and can cause burns. The resulting soap is effective at removing dirt and grease, but harsh on skin and completely unscented unless you're wealthy enough to add rare herbs or oils. For hair washing, you might use this same soap or possibly special herbs like soapwort that produce a natural lather when crushed and mixed with water. Combs exist, made from bone, wood, or horn, and are considered valuable personal possessions. Head lice are so common that they're barely worth mentioning, just an expected part of the human condition, like breathing or complaining about the weather. You run your fingers through your hair, or what's left of it, and give up halfway. You're ready-ish. Getting dressed is not the complex affair it will become in later centuries. Your clothing options are limited both by availability and practicality. No standing before an overstuffed wardrobe lamenting that you have nothing to wear. You have exactly 2 outfits if you're lucky. Everyday clothes and slightly better clothes for special occasions. For men, the basic outfit consists of a linen or wool tunic reaching to about the knees or mid-thigh, with long sleeves for cooler weather. Under this, you might wear braids, loose trouser-like undergarments tied at the waist and knees. Legs are covered with hose or leggings held up by garters or cross-gartering, strips wrapped around the legs. Women typically wear a linen undergarment similar to a shift or chemise, covered by a longer woolen tunic or gown reaching to the ankles. Both might be belted at the waist with a simple cord or leather belt from which you could hang small essential items like a knife, keys, or a purse. Clothing for both genders is relatively unisex compared to later periods, the primary differences being length and some decoration. During colder months, everyone adds layers, additional tunics, cloaks fastened with brooches, and possibly hoods or caps. Gloves exist but are uncommon among the working class. Instead, you might wrap your hands in cloth scraps or simply tuck them into your sleeves. Footwear consists of leather shoes or boots for those who can afford them, often secured with toggles or laces rather than buckles. The color palette of your wardrobe is limited by available natural dyes: browns, dull yellows, rusty reds, and grayish blues or greens. Black is difficult to achieve and tends to fade quickly. The vibrant, saturated colors depicted in modern films would be rare and expensive, reserved for the very wealthy or for small decorative elements like embroidery on a collar or sleeve. Speaking of sleeves, they're often the only decorative element on an otherwise plain garment. A bit of tablet weaving at the cuff or neck might be your sole fashion statement. Pattern and texture come from the weave of the fabric rather than printed designs. Clothing is hand-woven on looms, a time-consuming process that makes fabric precious enough to be mentioned specifically in wills and passed down through generations. Breakfast, a beige affair food time. There's no coffee, no smoothie bowl, no TikTok recipe. The concept of breakfast as we know it, a significant dedicated morning meal, isn't yet established. For many working people, the first meal might be a quick bite taken while beginning the day's labor, often leftovers from the previous evening or simply bread. The modern idea of specific breakfast foods would seem bizarrely indulgent. What's notably absent from your morning routine is any form of caffeine. Coffee won't reach Britain for roughly 1,000 years. Tea is even further in the future. The morning beverage of choice is likely ale. Yes, even at breakfast. Before you judge, remember that this ale is lower in alcohol than modern beer, more nutritious due to its grain content, and often safer than water from questionable sources. Breakfast is usually a piece of old bread, maybe some cold porridge, possibly a radish if it's your birthday. The bread bears little resemblance to the light, fluffy loaves of modern bakeries. It's dense, dark, and chewy, made primarily from barley or rye rather than wheat, which is more expensive and reserved for those higher on the social ladder. The grain is stone ground, often containing bits of grit from the millstones that gradually wear down your teeth over decades. It's baked less frequently than modern bread, perhaps once a week. So by the end of that week, you're eating something that could double as a weapon. Porridge or pottage might be made from whatever grain is available, oats being common in northern regions, barley or rye elsewhere. It's cooked over the fire in a pot suspended from a hook or resting on stones, stirred with a wooden spoon that imparts its own subtle flavor profile, whether you want it or not. Sweeteners like honey are precious and used sparingly, so your porridge is likely flavored with salt and perhaps some herbs if you're feeling fancy. Dairy products are seasonal, more abundant in spring and summer when animals are producing milk after giving birth. You might have cheese, which serves as both food and food preservation method, allowing excess milk to be stored in a more stable form. Butter exists but is used primarily for cooking rather than spreading on bread. No forks, of course. You eat with your hands, which haven't been washed. But again, no one's hands have, so it's fair. Eating implements are minimal. Knives are personal possessions used for everything from cutting food to whittling wood to self-defense in a pinch. Spoons exist for soups and pottage, carved from wood or horn for most people, with metal versions for the wealthy. Forks won't become common table utensils for centuries. Instead, you use the original eating utensils, fingers, supplemented by bread as both food and eating tool, tearing it into pieces to sop up liquids or wrap around morsels too messy to handle directly. The bread is tough, like bend your knife tough, but it fills your stomach just enough to stop the dizziness. And that's the goal. Not taste, not pleasure, just survival. The concept of food as entertainment or artistic expression is largely foreign to your reality. Meals are fuel, sustenance to power the body through another day of labor. The notion of counting calories would seem absurd. You need everyone you can get, and then some. Hunger is a familiar companion, not an unusual sensation signaling it's time for a snack. This isn't to say that food brings no pleasure. Feasts on special occasions, religious holidays, weddings, harvest celebrations, provide rare opportunities for abundance and variety. These events are marked by quantity more than exotic ingredients, though special spices might make an appearance if trade networks and your social position allow. Speaking of spices, the legendary spice trade hasn't yet transformed European cuisine. Salt is the primary seasoning, valuable enough to be used as currency in some transactions, hence the word salary derived from the Latin for salt. Herbs grown locally provide additional flavoring. Thyme, sage, parsley, mint, and garlic are relatively common. Pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and other imported spices exist, but are luxury items, indicators of wealth and status rather than everyday cooking ingredients. The seasonal nature of food availability means your diet varies significantly throughout the year. Late summer and autumn bring relative abundance after harvest, while late winter and early spring, known as the Hungry Gap, test survival skills as stored provisions dwindle before new growth appears. These cyclical patterns of feast and near-famine shape community rituals, agricultural practices, and even religious observances. Clothes, itchy, heavy, slightly alive, you get dressed. Your tunic is made of wool, not soft, fluffy wool. No, medieval wool, the itchy kind. Scratchy, uneven, smells faintly of damp goat. The texture of your clothing is determined by many factors. The quality of the raw wool, the skill of the spinner who created the thread, the tightness of the weave, and how the finished fabric was treated. The finest wool garments, those worn by nobility, undergo multiple processing steps, including fulling, cleaning and thickening the fabric by working it with water, urine, and fuller's earth, raising the nap, and shearing it smooth. Your clothing, however, has received no such special treatment. It was likely woven by a family member or local weaver from wool shorn from nearby sheep, spun on a drop spindle or simple wheel, and sewn with minimal refinement. The natural lanolin content of wool provides some water resistance and helps preserve the fibers, but it also contributes to that distinctive sheep aroma that follows you everywhere. Your shoes are leather. They are technically shoes, mostly just stitched together hide with holes where your toes are beginning to file for emancipation. Footwear in early medieval Britain is functional rather than fashionable, designed primarily to protect feet from rough terrain and cold. The most common style is the turn shoe, constructed inside out then turned right side out when completed, placing the seams inside for greater durability and water resistance. These might be ankle high or reach mid-calf, secured with toggles, laces, or simply wrapped cords. The leather comes from locally available sources: cattle, sheep, or goat, tanned using oak bark or other vegetable tanning materials in a process that takes months and produces a distinctive aroma that permeates tannery districts. The work is so malodorous that tanners often operate on the outskirts of settlements, usually downstream and downwind. For those who can't afford leather footwear, alternatives include wooden clogs, essentially platforms with leather straps, simple sandals, or foot wrappings made from cloth. Children and the poorest adults might go barefoot in warmer months, developing calluses thick enough to withstand rough terrain. Your shoes lack the arch support, cushioning, and waterproofing of modern footwear. They're cut from relatively flat pieces of leather, shaped roughly to the foot, rather than built on specialized lasts for left and right feet. This means your shoes are interchangeable between feet, which extends their life as wear patterns can be alternated, but also means they never quite fit perfectly anywhere. If it's winter, you just add more itchy layers. Congratulations, now you're uncomfortable and overheated. The dark side of civilization. No, seriously, you wouldn't survive. So, you've made it through a day. You've trudged through the mud, eaten your bread rock, scratched in places we won't name, and now you're back on your straw bed. Congratulations, you're tired. You're cold. You're alive. But let's zoom out for a moment, because if you really want to know what it was like to live in Arthur's world, you need to look past the itchy tunic, past the porridge, past the goat that keeps judging you. You need to look at the darker stuff, the things we don't put in fairy tales, because the past was brutal, and not in the cool, battle-hardened way, in the guess we lost another cousin to swamp fever way. The average lifespan in post-Roman Britain hovered around 35 years, though this statistic is somewhat misleading. High infant and child mortality significantly lowered the average. If you survived childhood, you might reasonably expect to reach your 50s or 60s, though you'd be considered remarkably elderly. These weren't necessarily healthy years, however. By your 40s, you'd likely be dealing with chronic pain from a lifetime of physical labor, untreated injuries, and nutritional deficiencies that accumulated over decades. Death was an intimate, constant presence rather than the sanitized, institutionalized experience of modern Western societies. Bodies were prepared for burial by family members, not professional funeral directors. Children witnessed death regularly, of siblings, parents, neighbors, animals. The rituals surrounding death were elaborate and communal, providing structure for grief while reinforcing social bonds and religious beliefs. You might participate in dozens of funerals before reaching adulthood, developing a relationship with mortality that's alien to many contemporary people. The causes of death were varied and often preventable by modern standards. Women faced significant risks during childbirth, puerperal fever, hemorrhage, obstructed labor, with perhaps 1 in 10 pregnancies ending in maternal death. Men confronted dangers from accidents, violence, and occupational hazards. Everyone faced infectious diseases without effective treatments, periodic food shortages, or outright famine, and the consequences of poor sanitation. Let's start light. You know what's not around? Medicine. Medicine was just hope in a herb costume. Getting sick in Arthurian times was kind of like playing roulette. Only all the slots say death, and the wheel is made of spoiled milk. The medical understanding of 6th century Britain represented a curious blend of remnants from classical Greco-Roman medicine, indigenous Celtic healing traditions, Germanic practices brought by Anglo-Saxon settlers, and emerging Christian approaches to care. This created a patchwork of theories and treatments that sometimes contradicted each other, but shared a fundamental misunderstanding of disease causation as we now recognize it. The Galenic theory of humors, the belief that health depended on the balance of 4 bodily fluids, blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile, influenced medical practice among those with some education. This framework explained disease as an imbalance requiring correction through various interventions, diet changes, environmental adjustments, and notably, the removal of excess humors through techniques like bloodletting, purging, or inducing vomiting. Meanwhile, folk medicine operated on a complex system of correspondences between plants, animals, celestial bodies, and human conditions. A plant with yellow flowers might be used for liver complaints because of the color association. Herbs picked at specific phases of the moon were believed to have enhanced properties. These weren't simply superstitions to those who practiced them, but coherent systems based on their understanding of how the world worked. Got a fever? It could be anything: plague, flu, infection, demons, or just the fact that you drank water from the same bucket the cows use. Treatment options included bloodletting. The practice of opening veins to release bad blood was considered a sophisticated medical intervention, not a desperate measure. The amount of blood removed could be substantial by modern standards, sometimes multiple pints, enough to induce lightheadedness or fainting, which might be interpreted as the illness breaking. This dangerous practice could weaken already vulnerable patients, sometimes fatally. Specific points on the body were chosen for bloodletting based on the nature of the illness and humoral theory. Charts showing these points existed in medical texts, though access to such written knowledge was extremely limited. More commonly, traditional knowledge passed orally determined where to cut for different conditions. The implements used varied from specialized fleams, a kind of spring-loaded blade, among more prosperous or professional practitioners, to simple knives or thorns in rural settings. Leeches provided an alternative method when available, applied to specific body parts to draw blood in a more controlled manner. Boiling herbs and praying. Herbal medicine represented the most effective aspect of medieval healthcare, though its application was inconsistent. Many plants used traditionally do contain pharmacologically active compounds. Willow bark, containing salicylic acid related to aspirin, for pain and fever. Foxglove, containing digitalin used for heart conditions in modern medicine. For edema, comfrey for wound healing, and various antimicrobial herbs like garlic, thyme, and sage. Preparation methods included infusions, steeping in hot water, decoctions, boiling to extract stronger compounds, poultices, applying crushed or cooked plants directly to affected areas, and tinctures, extracting properties in alcohol. The effectiveness varied dramatically depending on the condition being treated, the quality and quantity of herbs used, and the skill of the preparer. Prayer and religious practices were inseparable from healing. Illness was understood partly as a physical condition, but also as a potential spiritual affliction or divine test. Prayers, votive offerings, pilgrimages to sacred sites, and appeals to particular saints associated with specific conditions formed an integral part of treatment. Churches often housed relics believed to have healing properties, attracting the sick who sometimes traveled considerable distances seeking miraculous cures. Being bled some more. When initial treatments failed, the typical response wasn't to question their effectiveness, but to intensify them. If bloodletting seemed to provide temporary relief, more bloodletting might be prescribed. This approach reflected the limited options available and the theoretical framework that interpreted symptoms as expressions of imbalance rather than the body's response to infection or injury. Or if that didn't work, more boiling, more praying, maybe leeches for variety. Persistence characterized medieval medical care, with treatments continuing until the patient either recovered or died. The concept of trying something else was limited by the available options and understanding of disease. When standard approaches failed, practitioners might add complementary treatments rather than abandoning the original course. Physical interventions beyond bloodletting included cupping, applying heated cups to the skin to create suction, blistering, intentionally creating skin blisters using irritant substances, based on the belief that drawing bad humors to the surface allowed them to escape, and cauterization, burning tissue with hot irons to stop bleeding or remove infected material. Diet played a significant role in both preventing and treating illness, with different foods classified according to their temperament: hot, cold, dry, or moist, and prescribed to counterbalance the perceived imbalance causing disease. While some dietary recommendations might have provided genuine nutritional benefits, others could potentially worsen conditions through inappropriate restrictions. If you were really lucky, there was a monk nearby who had a dusty book written in Latin filled with advice like, "Rub owl fat on the wound and avoid sin." Neat. Written medical knowledge existed primarily in religious institutions, particularly monasteries that preserved and copied classical texts. These manuscripts combined practical information of varying reliability with symbolic associations, religious interpretations, and occasionally magical elements. Access to this knowledge was severely restricted by literacy rates, language barriers, texts often being in Latin, and the physical scarcity of books. The content of these texts ranged from remarkably astute observations based on experience to completely fantastical remedies involving rare or impossible ingredients. A single recipe might call for common herbs with genuine medicinal properties alongside components like dragon's blood, actually a plant resin, unicorn horn, often narwhal tusk, or parts from exotic animals never seen in Britain. Animal-derived products featured prominently in medicinal preparations. Fat from various creatures for salves, organ meat for treating corresponding human organs, following the principle that like cures like, and even animal excrement for certain applications. While modern readers might dismiss these as purely superstitious, some animal products do contain useful compounds. Bear fat, for instance, is rich in vitamins and makes an effective carrier for herbal preparations. The connection between sin and illness reflected the medieval understanding of disease as potentially spiritual in origin. Physical suffering could be interpreted as divine punishment, a test of faith, or the work of malevolent supernatural forces. This framework meant that confession, penance, and moral reform might be considered as essential to recovery as any physical treatment. Teeth? Gone. Antibiotics? Not even a dream yet. An infected cut on your foot? Could kill you by Sunday. Dental care consisted primarily of extraction when tooth pain became unbearable. Various preparations might be used to temporarily relieve toothache. Clove oil, which does have analgesic properties, herbal poultices or applications of honey, which has antibacterial properties. Prevention focused on chewing sticks with cleansing properties or rubbing teeth with cloths. Though the effectiveness of these practices varied widely, the absence of antibiotics meant that any breach in the skin's protective barrier posed a potential death sentence. Minor cuts, scratches, or punctures could introduce bacteria, leading to infections that spread unchecked through the body. The progression from small wound to life-threatening condition might take only days. Treatment for wounds focused on cleaning and protecting the injury. Washing with wine or vinegar, which do have mild antimicrobial properties. Applying honey or specific herbs with antibacterial compounds, and binding with clean cloth when available. These measures provided some benefit, but were often insufficient against virulent infections. Surgical intervention remained primitive, limited by pain management challenges, infection risks, and incomplete anatomical understanding. Procedures were performed without anesthesia beyond alcohol, opium derivatives, or herb-soaked sponges pressed to the nose and mouth to induce partial unconsciousness. Success rates for anything beyond the most superficial operations were predictably low, so you just hoped. Or you lit a candle and promised never to say mean things about the bishop again. Hope, expressed through religious devotion or folk practices, represented a psychological coping mechanism in a world with limited medical options. The placebo effect, while not understood as a concept, nevertheless operated. Belief in a treatment's efficacy could produce genuine physiological responses that sometimes aided recovery. Votive offerings to saints, specific prayers for healing, and promises of reformed behavior or donations to the church provided structure and agency during illness. Ways of doing something when little else could be done. The communal nature of religious observance also meant that sick individuals received social support, practical assistance, and psychological comfort through established rituals and community involvement. War, the national pastime. Now let's talk about violence. Arthur's world wasn't a peaceful utopia with harp music in the background. It was more like, oh look, another army. I wonder what they'll burn this time. The post-Roman landscape of Britain featured endemic violence at multiple scales, from household disputes to regional conflicts. The withdrawal of Roman military and administrative structures created a power vacuum filled by local leaders with varying degrees of legitimacy and military backing. The migration and settlement of Germanic peoples, Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, added ethnic and cultural dimensions to territorial disputes. Warfare in this period bore little resemblance to the structured, regulated conflicts of high medieval chivalric tradition or modern international law. Distinctions between combatants and non-combatants were blurry at best. Civilian populations were considered legitimate targets as both economic resources to be captured and potential threats to be neutralized. Battle itself, when formal confrontations occurred, was brutal and chaotic. Warriors might wear some protective equipment, helmets for those who could afford them, leather or mail armor for the elite, shields for most, but many fought with minimal protection. Weapons included spears, the most common battlefield weapon, swords, prestigious but expensive, axes, knives, and bows. Combat involved close-quarter fighting, often in shield walls where groups pressed against each other, stabbing with spears or reaching around shields with swords. The aftermath of battle presented its own horrors. Medical care for the wounded was rudimentary. Many died not from initial injuries but from subsequent infection or blood loss. Captured enemies might be executed, enslaved, or ransomed, depending on their status and the customs of their captors. Bodies of the fallen were sometimes left unburied, particularly those of enemies, creating public health hazards and psychological trauma for survivors. Raids, skirmishes, feuds, these weren't rare events. They were Tuesday. More common than large-scale battles were small-scale violent actions. Raids against settlements, attacks on traveling groups, or targeting of specific resources like livestock or stored food. These operations aimed to acquire wealth, demonstrate power, eliminate rivals, or secure strategic advantages without the risks of pitched battle. The frequency of these violent episodes varied by region and period, but remained a persistent threat requiring constant vigilance. Communities developed physical defenses where possible: palisades, ditches, defensible structures, and social practices for rapid response, including warning systems and evacuation plans. The feud represented a formalized system of conflict with its own rules and expectations. When one group suffered injury or loss at the hands of another, honor demanded response in kind. These cycles of retaliation could persist for generations, with violence ebbing and flowing, but the underlying conflict remaining unresolved. While destabilizing, feuds paradoxically provided structure to violence through established customs regarding appropriate targets, proportional response, and potential resolution through compensation. Borders were fuzzy, loyalties shifted. Your village could belong to one warlord in spring and another by fall. Flags changed, rules changed, but you stayed where you were, farming, paying taxes, trying not to get caught in the middle of someone else's glorious conquest. Political geography in post-Roman Britain was fluid and complex, with territorial control constantly negotiated through violence, alliance, and strategic marriage. The concept of fixed boundaries marked on maps would have seemed strange to people accustomed to thinking of authority in terms of personal relationships and tribute obligations rather than clearly demarcated territory. Power existed in concentric circles radiating from strongholds, most intense near centers of authority and gradually diminishing with distance. Frontier zones were characterized by overlapping claims, shifting allegiances, and pragmatic accommodations among local communities caught between competing powers. For ordinary people, these political fluctuations meant living with fundamental uncertainty about who claimed authority over them and what obligations that entailed. Practical survival strategies included maintaining flexibility, avoiding firm commitments when possible, and developing relationships with multiple potential patrons for protection. The experience of being conquered varied dramatically depending on the nature of the conflict and the relationship between local communities and their new overlords. In some cases, little changed beyond who received tribute. In others, populations faced displacement, enslavement, or violence. Accommodation and assimilation were common survival strategies, with communities adapting to new linguistic, cultural, or religious expectations while maintaining core practices that ensured their cohesion and survival. And knights? Not always noble. Sometimes they were just armed guys with horses who took what they wanted, including your crops, your home, or you. The romanticized image of the knight bound by chivalric codes belongs to a much later period. In 6th century Britain, the warrior elite operated according to different values centered on personal loyalty, martial prowess, and generosity to followers. These values could accommodate both protective and predatory relationships with the broader population. Mounted warriors represented a particularly dangerous threat due to their mobility, elevation, literal and symbolic, and the resources required to maintain their status. The horse itself was a significant investment, requiring specialized care, nutrition, and training. This investment created expectations of return through plunder, tribute, or land control that often placed mounted warriors at odds with agricultural communities. The relationship between warriors and the populations they nominally protected frequently resembled extortion. Protection from other armed groups was provided in exchange for material support. When resources grew scarce or alternative targets became unavailable, these protectors might turn against their own dependents. So yeah, honor was a nice idea, but swords didn't care about ideas. Honor cultures existed throughout early medieval societies, but operated according to values that might appear foreign to modern sensibilities. Worth was determined largely by public perception. Reputation required defense through visible action, and violence was an accepted, even expected response to certain provocations. Within warrior society, complex codes governed appropriate behavior, including hospitality obligations, gift-giving customs, and loyalty expectations. These codes provided some constraints on violence, but primarily regulated it within the elite rather than protecting commoners from predation. The ideal warrior demonstrated not only physical courage and skill, but also generosity to followers, wisdom in counsel, and adherence to oaths. The gap between ideals and practice, however, remained substantial. Economic pressures, political necessities, and personal ambition frequently overrode ethical considerations, particularly when dealing with those outside one's immediate social group. The warrior values celebrated in poetry and legend, courage, loyalty, generosity, could justify exploitation and violence as easily as they could inspire protection and justice. Fear was a full-time job. Then there were the superstitions. You believed in magic, not because it was cool, but because you needed to make sense of something. The supernatural permeated early medieval British life not as a separate category of experience, but as an integral dimension of reality. What modern observers might label superstition represented coherent explanatory frameworks for natural phenomena, social dynamics, and personal experiences that couldn't be understood through available scientific knowledge. These frameworks weren't static or uniform, but evolved through cultural exchange, religious influence, and practical experience. They combined elements from various traditions, indigenous British beliefs, Roman religious concepts, Germanic cosmology brought by Anglo-Saxon settlers, and increasingly Christian theology and practice. The boundaries between religion, magic, and medicine remained fluid. Prayers, charms, and physical remedies might be employed simultaneously without perceived contradiction. A sick person might receive herbs chosen for their medicinal properties, wear an amulet inscribed with protective symbols, and pray to both local saints and Christ for healing, all as part of a unified approach to recovery. If the crops failed, maybe a witch cursed them. If your child got sick, maybe you forgot to offer honey to the forest spirit. If you had bad dreams, maybe a demon was sitting on your chest, which honestly, relatable. Explanatory models for misfortune encompassed multiple possibilities, often considered simultaneously rather than as exclusive alternatives. Crop failure might be attributed to unfavorable weather, a natural explanation. Divine punishment for community sins, a religious explanation. Malevolent magic from an enemy, a supernatural explanation. Or improper observance of agricultural traditions, a ritual explanation. The concept of the witch in early medieval Britain differed significantly from later stereotypes that emerged during organized witch hunts. Early medieval concerns about harmful magic focused less on demonic pacts or organized cultish behavior, and more on individuals using supernatural means to harm others through jealousy, revenge, or malice. These individuals might employ various techniques, spoken curses, physical objects placed strategically, or rituals performed secretly. Protective measures against supernatural harm included both Christian practices, prayer, holy water, blessed objects, and older traditions like boundary marking rituals, protective symbols carved into buildings, or apotropaic objects buried near entrances. These weren't necessarily seen as contradictory, but as complementary approaches to managing the dangerous forces that surrounded human communities. Dreams occupied a special category in medieval thought, potentially representing divine communication, demonic influence, or the soul's wandering during sleep. Nightmare experiences, the sensation of being pressed down or choked during sleep that we now understand as sleep paralysis, were frequently interpreted as attacks by supernatural beings. From the mare of Germanic tradition, giving us the term nightmare, to various forms of demons or spirits that preyed on sleeping humans. You lived in a world with no weather forecast, no science class, no fact checkers. Just whispers, rituals, and your neighbor Agnes, who always seemed a little too good at growing herbs. Knowledge transmission in predominantly oral cultures relied on person-to-person communication, creating inevitable variations as information passed through different individuals and communities. Without standardized education or widely available written materials, people learned through observation, practical apprenticeship, and communal storytelling. This system had both strengths and weaknesses. Practical knowledge about agriculture, animal husbandry, craft production, and local environments could be remarkably sophisticated, representing generations of accumulated observation and experimentation. This information was typically embedded in stories, sayings, or ritualized practices that made it memorable and transmissible. However, explanatory frameworks for natural phenomena often incorporated supernatural elements or made connections based on superficial similarities rather than causal relationships. Without systematic methods for testing theories or sharing observations across distances, misconceptions could persist indefinitely while genuine insights might remain isolated in particular communities. Expertise in specific domains, healing, metalworking, animal breeding, conferred both respect and suspicion. Individuals with unusual knowledge or skills might be valued for their contributions, while simultaneously feared for their difference or perceived supernatural connections. This ambivalence appears repeatedly in early medieval literature and law, with specialists, particularly women with healing knowledge, occupying precarious social positions. And let's not forget religion. It was everywhere. Every cough, every sneeze, every storm, a potential sign from God, or punishment, or both. Religion in early medieval Britain existed at the intersection of formal Christian institutions, local adaptations of Christian practice, and persistent pre-Christian traditions. The Christianity of this period was still developing its theological frameworks and institutional structures, allowing for significant regional variation and incorporation of indigenous elements. The Church provided intellectual frameworks for understanding the world, particularly through concepts of divine providence and moral causality. Events, both natural and human-caused, could be interpreted as expressions of God's will, rewards for virtue, punishments for sin, or tests of faith. This perspective offered explanatory power and potential agency through prayer, penance, or changed behavior in the face of otherwise incomprehensible circumstances. Religious observance permeated daily life through regular prayers, ritual gestures like crossing oneself before beginning work, observance of feast days and fasting periods, and participation in communal worship. The liturgical calendar provided structure to the year, marking seasonal transitions with religious significance, and creating regular occasions for community gathering and celebration. Local religious practice often centered around saints, figures who mediated between human communities and divine power. While the formal church promoted universal saints from biblical and early Christian history, communities frequently developed special relationships with local holy figures connected to their specific region. These saints were believed to take particular interest in the communities dedicated to them, offering protection and intervention in exchange for devotion and offerings. Sacred spaces extended beyond formal church buildings to include holy wells, ancient stones, notable trees, and other landscape features associated with divine presence or miraculous events. Christian practice often incorporated these sites, reinterpreting their significance within biblical frameworks, while maintaining their role as points of connection between human and divine realms. You didn't go a single day without some fear of spiritual disaster, or the real kind. Anxiety about spiritual status, the state of one's soul and its prospects for salvation, represented a psychological burden distinct from but related to material concerns. Christianity offered both the terrifying possibility of eternal damnation and the hopeful promise of heaven, creating a framework where daily actions carried cosmic significance. Sin was understood not simply as moral failing, but as a tangible spiritual reality that accumulated on the soul, requiring removal through confession, penance, and divine forgiveness. Unconfessed sin presented dangers beyond divine punishment. It created vulnerability to demonic influence and could manifest in physical misfortune or illness. The boundary between natural and supernatural disasters blurred in medieval understanding. Storms, floods, or droughts might be interpreted as divine judgment, while illness, injury, or death could suggest spiritual causes requiring spiritual remedies. This perspective created additional layers of anxiety, but also offered potential agency through religious practices that might influence otherwise uncontrollable forces. Entertainment was questionable. So how did people unwind? Sometimes songs, or storytelling, or listening to that one guy who couldn't sing but tried anyway. Leisure in early medieval Britain was less compartmentalized from work than in modern societies, often integrated into productive activities or religious observances. Communal work like harvest or building projects incorporated elements we would now categorize as entertainment. Singing work songs that coordinated effort, telling stories or jokes during repetitive tasks, or concluding with celebrations that included food, drink, and performance. Music permeated daily life, serving functional and recreational purposes simultaneously. Work songs provided rhythm for coordinated labor and distraction from physical strain. Lullabies soothed children while transmitting cultural values and knowledge. Religious music connected communities to sacred traditions, and recreational songs brought joy, preserved historical memory, or simply passed the time during long winter evenings. Instruments varied by region and cultural influence, including various string instruments, early harps, lyres, wind instruments, flutes, pipes, early horns, and percussion. Music was participatory rather than passively consumed. Even when specialists like bards performed, audiences frequently joined for choruses or familiar sections. Storytelling represented a sophisticated art form with professional practitioners, bards, scops, or gleemen, depending on cultural context, who memorized vast repertoires of narratives, from heroic epics to local legends, historical accounts, and humorous tales. These performers traveled between communities, bringing news, entertainment, and cultural connection to isolated settlements. The content of these stories balanced entertainment value with cultural transmission, incorporating historical information, practical knowledge, moral lessons, and community values within engaging narratives. Performance contexts ranged from formal feasts in lordly halls to informal gatherings around hearth fires with content adapted to audience and occasion. But other times, let's just say medieval entertainment had sharp edges, animal baiting, public executions, a guy dressed as a bear chasing kids around a pole. No, really, violence as entertainment has deep historical roots, though specific forms like formalized animal baiting emerged primarily in later medieval periods. Earlier practices included wrestling, combat sports, and competitive games that often resulted in injury. These activities served multiple functions: entertainment certainly, but also training for actual combat, demonstrations of physical prowess important for status, and ritualized outlets for aggression within controlled parameters. Public executions and punishments functioned as both judicial processes and community spectacles, combining entertainment with social control. Attendance might be effectively mandatory, demonstrating community participation in justice and forcing witnesses to confront the consequences of transgression. The theatrical elements, formulaic speeches, symbolic gestures, specific ritualized procedures, transformed punishment into performance that reinforced social norms. Festivals and celebrations frequently featured activities that modern observers might find jarring or inappropriate, particularly those involving mistreatment of animals or excessive risk to participants. These events reflected different sensibilities regarding animal welfare and physical endangerment, as well as serving social functions like community bonding, status competition, and emotional release. Disguise and performance traditions included mumming plays, where community members would dress as stock characters and perform simple dramatic scenarios, often during winter festivals or significant agricultural transitions. These performances combined entertainment with ritual significance, marking seasonal boundaries and reinforcing community identity through shared participation. You didn't laugh at comedy. You laughed at someone falling into a fire pit and not dying. It was simpler humor, louder, smellier, slightly bloodier. Humor in medieval contexts often centered on physical comedy, scatological content, and subversion of normal social hierarchies. Modern observers might find it crude or cruel, but it reflected both the material realities of a world where bodily functions were less private and a psychological need for release from the constraints of normally rigid social structures. Festival periods often included elements of status inversion, servants temporarily directing their masters, fools crowned as kings, creating sanctioned opportunities to mock power and express ordinarily suppressed critiques. These traditions simultaneously released social tension and ultimately reinforced existing hierarchies by containing transgression within clearly defined temporal boundaries. The physical nature of medieval humor reflected broader cultural attitudes toward the body as simultaneously vulnerable, disgusting, and comical. Physical discomfort, bodily functions, and human frailty provided reliable sources of amusement, perhaps because they represented universal experiences in a world where physical hardship was unavoidable. And if theater came to town, it was either a morality play, where everyone ended up in hell, or a folk story with one actor playing 5 characters and sweating through a burlap costume. Fun! Dramatic traditions in early medieval Britain existed primarily in non-professional, community-based forms, rather than as separate theatrical entertainment. Religious dramas performed in or near churches depicted biblical stories or saints' lives, combining entertainment with religious instruction. These performances might involve community members as actors, with minimal props and costumes, but significant community investment. Secular performance traditions included mumming plays, seasonal ritual dramas, and storytelling enhanced with dramatic elements. These performances typically occurred during festivals or significant agricultural transitions, marking communal rhythms while providing entertainment during periods when work demands diminished. The morality play, allegorical performances where characters representing virtues and vices compete for the human soul, developed primarily in the later medieval period rather than Arthurian times. Earlier dramatic traditions focused more on narrative, telling stories, than allegory, embodying abstract concepts, though both aimed to reinforce community values and provide ethical guidance alongside entertainment. But despite it all, the illness, the violence, the fear, people still found ways to live, to laugh, to tell stories around firelight. Human resilience and adaptability emerge consistently across historical contexts, with communities developing coping mechanisms for even the most challenging circumstances. In early medieval Britain, this resilience manifested through strong social bonds, practical knowledge, belief systems that provided meaning and structure, and cultural practices that created moments of joy and connection. The difficulties of this period, disease, violence, environmental challenges, were confronted not primarily as individuals, but as communities with shared resources and mutual support systems. While modern observers might emphasize the hardships, contemporary experience likely centered on immediate relationships, daily tasks, seasonal rhythms, and cultural frameworks that rendered these challenges comprehensible, if not comfortable. Laughter and celebration persisted precisely because they were necessary psychological responses to hardship rather than luxuries. Humor provided temporary release from fear and constraint. Storytelling offered both escape and meaning-making. Celebrations marked successful survival of seasonal transitions and reinforced community bonds essential for continued endurance. They sang, they fell in love, they whispered legends of kings who would return, of swords that glowed, of worlds where justice actually worked. Music served not merely as entertainment, but as emotional and social technology, creating shared experiences, expressing feelings that might otherwise remain unarticulated, and preserving cultural memory across generations. Songs accompanied every significant life event from birth to death, every seasonal transition, every type of work and moments of rest. Romantic love existed alongside the practical considerations that dominated marriage arrangements. While partnerships were formed primarily for economic and social reasons, emotional attachments developed within these structures, celebrated in poetry and song that expressed universal human experiences of desire, jealousy, devotion, and loss. The stories that resonated most powerfully addressed the gap between reality and aspiration, between the world as experienced and the world as it might be. Legends of Arthur and his companions gained and maintained cultural traction because they spoke to genuine needs: for protection against outside threats, for leadership that served community welfare rather than narrow self-interest, for a social order that balanced power with responsibility. Maybe that's why King Arthur stuck around. Not because it was true, but because people needed it to be. The Arthurian legends endured and evolved because they performed essential cultural work, providing frameworks for understanding power, justice, community, and individual worth that adapted to changing historical circumstances. The core elements: a leader who defends his people, companions bound by loyalty and shared purpose, the establishment of order amid chaos, addressed persistent human concerns regardless of specific historical details. These narratives weren't merely escapist fantasies, but active tools for interpreting and responding to reality. They offered models for behavior, criteria for evaluating leadership, and visions of possibility that informed actual social and political developments. The stories provided both mirror and lamp, reflecting existing conditions while illuminating potential alternatives. The truth of Arthur lies not in historical facticity, but in psychological and social reality, in the genuine human needs these stories addressed and the communities they helped sustain through centuries of hardship and change. People needed models of effective, just leadership, examples of courage and sacrifice for collective welfare, and hope that current difficulties weren't the end of the story. Next up, let's shift into full bedtime mode. I'll tell you a few slow, cozy historical stories, real events that shaped the era. No rush. Let the flickering torchlight in your mind dim just a little more. If you're still with me, stay close. The slow history bits. Legends fade, but some stories stay. You're still here. That's a good sign. It means either you're still curious or you're too tired to find the pause button. Either way, welcome to the quiet part. We've walked through straw beds, empty stomachs, and medieval misunderstandings of basic health. Now let's slow everything down. Let's sit by the fire, the imaginary one, not the smoky one that makes your eyes sting. And I'll tell you a few real stories. Nothing too loud, nothing too dramatic, just moments, echoes, soft enough to fall asleep to. This is where history gets interesting. Not the kind you memorized for exams, dates, battles, successions, but the slow, gradual shifts. The way worlds change not with dramatic speeches and decisive moments, but through countless small decisions by people whose names were never recorded. The way cultures blend, languages evolve, and beliefs transform through generations of whispered stories. Let's begin with the fall of a world that never quite existed, the fall of Roman Britain. Once upon a time, the British Isles were part of the Roman Empire. They had roads, baths, coins with emperors on them, bureaucracy, all the fun stuff. Roman Britain wasn't conquered all at once. The process began in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. Though Julius Caesar had made brief expeditions almost a century earlier, the Romans never managed to fully conquer the island. Hadrian's Wall marked the northern boundary of their control, with the Caledonian tribes of what we now call Scotland remaining beyond their reach. Even within the civilized province, Roman influence varied dramatically between the heavily Romanized southeast and the more lightly touched western regions. For nearly 4 centuries, Britain existed as a frontier province of the sprawling Roman Empire. Urban centers developed, particularly in the south and east, places like Londinium, London, Eboracum, York, and Aquae Sulis, Bath. These towns featured the standard elements of Roman civic life: forums, basilicas, amphitheaters, temples, and bathhouses. The countryside was dotted with villas, estates owned by wealthy landowners who adopted Roman lifestyle and architectural styles, often while maintaining connections to native British elite families. The rhythm of provincial life followed Roman patterns. Officials governed according to Roman law. Taxes flowed to Rome. Trade networks connected Britain to the Mediterranean world, bringing wine, olive oil, fine pottery, and luxury goods in exchange for British exports like grain, wool, lead, and slaves. Latin became the language of administration and commerce, though Celtic languages persisted, especially in rural areas and the western regions. Yet even at its height, Roman Britain was never fully Roman in the way we might imagine. Its culture was a hybrid. Roman customs and architectural styles layered over indigenous British traditions, creating something distinct. Most people living in the province remained ethnically British, with Romans primarily represented by officials, merchants, and soldiers from across the empire. Many of these Romans weren't from Rome at all, but from Gaul, Germany, Syria, or North Africa. The empire was multicultural long before we invented the term. Religion in Roman Britain exemplified this cultural blending. Official Roman deities were worshipped alongside native British gods, often combined in syncretic forms. A temple might honor both Mercury and a local deity with similar attributes. Eastern mystery cults like Mithraism gained popularity, particularly among soldiers, and by the 4th century, Christianity had established a presence, though it remained one belief system among many until much later. And then Rome collapsed. Not all at once, not with a bang, but with a quiet, confused fade. The end came gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. By the late 4th century, the Western Roman Empire faced mounting pressures, economic difficulties, political instability, and increasing incursions from peoples beyond the frontiers, whom the Romans labeled barbarians, a term that said more about Roman prejudice than about the complex societies it described. Britain, as a distant province, felt the effects early. Military units were periodically withdrawn to address crises elsewhere in the empire, never to return. Administrative systems became increasingly localized as direct imperial control weakened. Trade networks gradually contracted as the Mediterranean economy fragmented, reducing access to imported goods and currency. The symbolic end came in 410 CE, when the Emperor Honorius supposedly told the British cities to look to their own defense in response to their appeal for military aid against raiders. This moment, though dramatic in historical accounts, was likely just official recognition of what had been reality for years. Rome hadn't abandoned Britain suddenly. It had been slowly loosening its grip for decades. The legions left. The towns emptied. The roads cracked. The withdrawal of Roman military forces had cascading effects. Without the security they provided, coastal regions and settlements near the northern frontier became increasingly vulnerable to raids from Picts, from what is now Scotland, Scots, from what is now Ireland, and Germanic peoples from across the North Sea. Urban centers, the hallmarks of Roman civilization, experienced the most dramatic changes. Towns had been designed around Roman administrative, commercial, and cultural functions, many of which no longer existed. Tax collection declined, reducing funds for maintaining public buildings and infrastructure. Markets contracted as long-distance trade diminished. Religious shifts, particularly the rise of Christianity, meant pagan temples were abandoned or repurposed. Archaeological evidence tells a story of gradual transformation rather than sudden abandonment. Public buildings fell into disrepair or were converted to new uses. Forums became marketplaces for local trade. Amphitheaters and bath complexes, requiring complex engineering to maintain, were abandoned or repurposed. Some towns developed fortifications, indicating continued occupation but changing priorities from civic display to defense. Rural areas experienced less dramatic change initially. Many villas continued to function as agricultural centers, though with declining luxury elements and more pragmatic adaptations. Some showed evidence of subdivision, suggesting multiple families occupying what had been designed as single elite residences. Others were abandoned entirely, with wooden structures sometimes built within or beside their ruins. Material culture reflected these transitions. Pottery production became more localized, with cruder forms replacing the standardized, mass-produced wares of the Roman period. Coinage, already reduced in the late Roman period, largely disappeared from circulation, forcing a return to barter or exchange economies. Building techniques simplified, with wood increasingly replacing stone for new construction. Perhaps most significant was the psychological impact. For generations, Britain had been part of a vast, sophisticated empire that provided structure, identity, and connection to a wider world. That framework was dissolving, requiring communities to redefine themselves and their relationships to each other without the overarching Roman system. And suddenly, the people of Britain were left looking around like, so who's in charge now? No one, and everyone. Dozens of small kingdoms rose, each with its own warlord, priest, or charismatic cousin who claimed divine guidance. Political fragmentation followed the retreat of Roman authority. Without the imperial system that had unified diverse regions, power devolved to local leaders able to command resources and loyalty. These emerging rulers drew authority from various sources. Some were former Roman officials or their descendants, maintaining vestiges of Roman administrative structures. Others were tribal leaders whose authority predated Roman occupation and reasserted itself in the power vacuum. Still others were military leaders who gained prominence through success in defending communities against raiders. The transition wasn't necessarily violent or catastrophic everywhere. In some regions, particularly the more Romanized southeast, elements of Roman administration persisted for decades, gradually evolving rather than suddenly collapsing. Local councils of wealthy landowners, the curiales who had managed civic affairs under Roman rule, continued to function in some capacity, though with increasingly localized authority and resources. In western and northern regions that had been less thoroughly integrated into Roman systems, the shift may have been less traumatic, with pre-Roman tribal structures reasserting themselves more easily. Archaeological evidence suggests some communities maintained Roman cultural elements they found useful while discarding others, creating hybrid societies rather than reverting entirely to pre-Roman conditions. Religious leadership gained new importance during this transition. The Christian Church, with its hierarchical structure modeled partly on Roman administration, provided organizational continuity when secular structures faltered. Bishops, particularly in urban centers, sometimes assumed civic leadership roles beyond their spiritual duties. Monasteries emerged as centers of learning, economic production, and community organization, preserving elements of Roman literacy and scholarship even as secular educational systems disappeared. Germanic immigration added another layer of complexity to this evolving landscape. Contrary to traditional narratives of invasion, evidence suggests a more gradual process of immigration, settlement, and cultural interaction. Some Germanic groups came as foederati, allied troops settling by arrangement with remaining Roman authorities. Others came as small bands seeking land and opportunity. Over generations, these communities grew and expanded, sometimes through conflict with British populations, but often through more complex processes of coexistence intermarriage, and cultural exchange. By the late 5th and early 6th centuries, Britain had transformed into a patchwork of small polities with varying cultural characteristics. In the east, Germanic kingdoms were emerging, the foundations of what would later be called the Anglo-Saxon Heptarchy. In the west, British polities maintained stronger connections to Romano-British and Celtic traditions. The north remained a frontier zone of competing influences. None of these emerging kingdoms approached the territorial scale or administrative complexity of Roman Britain. Power was more personal, based on direct relationships between leaders and followers rather than abstract concepts of state. Governance operated through bonds of kinship and personal loyalty, with rulers maintaining power through generosity to supporters, success in warfare, and demonstrations of special connection to divine forces. Out of that chaos, eventually, came stories about one ruler who would bring order, who fought the Saxons, who brought light back to the land. His name was probably not Arthur, but he sounded better with a sword in his hand and a poet on his payroll. Periods of fragmentation and conflict create fertile ground for legends of unity and order. The post-Roman power vacuum, with its competing claimants and shifting alliances, naturally generated longing for a figure who could restore stability and protect native British communities from external threats. Whether such a figure actually existed is less important historically than the cultural need he fulfilled. The earliest written references to Arthur appear in Welsh sources from the 9th and 10th centuries, already portraying him as a legendary figure rather than a contemporary leader. The Historia Brittonum, compiled around 830 CE, lists 12 battles attributed to Arthur, culminating with Mount Badon. The Welsh poem Y Gododdin, possibly dating to the late 6th century but preserved in a 13th century manuscript, contains a passing reference comparing a warrior's valor unfavorably to Arthur's, suggesting his reputation was already established. These early mentions describe Arthur not as a king, but as a dux bellorum, a leader of battles, perhaps a military commander operating within the remains of Roman military structures, or a British warlord leading resistance against Saxon expansion. He is associated with victories against Saxons, a term used broadly for Germanic settlers rather than specifically the Saxon tribal group. The transformation of this possible historical figure, a military leader of the late 5th or early 6th century, into the mythic King Arthur of medieval romance occurred gradually over centuries. Each era added elements reflecting its own cultural values and political concerns. The Arthur of early Welsh tradition was a warrior hero, celebrated for military prowess. By the time Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote his influential Historia Regum Britanniae around 1136, Arthur had become a conquering king with a pan-European empire, reflecting 12th century political aspirations. The French romances of Chrétien de Troyes, written later in the 12th century, added courtly love and chivalric elements that spoke to high medieval aristocratic values. The appeal of the Arthurian legend transcended specific historical circumstances, addressing universal themes of leadership, justice, betrayal, and redemption. It provided both inspiration and warning, celebrating the achievements of the Golden Age of Camelot while acknowledging its tragic fall through human weakness. For British communities facing Anglo-Saxon expansion, it offered a narrative of resistance and hope for eventual restoration. For later medieval kingdoms, it provided models of kingship and cautionary tales about the fragility of political order. The Battle of Mount Badon. There's one moment in history that might be linked to the real Arthur. It was called the Battle of Mount Badon. Among the fragmentary historical events of post-Roman Britain, The Battle of Mount Badon stands out as a rare fixed point, a conflict that appears in multiple early sources and likely represents an actual historical occurrence rather than pure legend. Yet even this relative certainty comes with significant caveats and questions. Our earliest reference to Badon comes from De Excidio et Conquestu Britanniae, on the ruin and conquest of Britain, written by the British monk Gildas around 540 CE. Gildas mentions a siege of Badon Hill, Obsessionis Badonici Montis, as a decisive British victory against Saxon expansion, occurring in the year of his own birth. He doesn't name Arthur or any other leader of the British forces, focusing instead on the battle's significance in temporarily halting Saxon advance. The Historia Brittonum, compiled nearly 3 centuries later around 830 CE, explicitly connects Arthur to this victory, listing it as the 12th and culminating battle in his campaign against the Saxons. According to this account, Arthur personally slew 960 enemies in a single charge, carrying an image of the Virgin Mary on his shoulders, or shield depending on translation, a detail revealing the text's Christian perspective rather than any historical reality from a period when Britain was just beginning its conversion. The Annales Cambria, Welsh annals, compiled in the 10th century, provides a specific date for the battle, around 518 CE, and describes it as a victory in which Arthur carried the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ on his shoulders for 3 days and nights, and the Britons were victorious. Again, the religious symbolism reflects later Christian interpretation rather than contemporary 6th century accounts. We don't know where it happened. We don't know who led it, but we know that someone, sometime around the late 5th or early 6th century, led a British resistance against invading Saxons and won. The location of Mount Badon remains one of British history's enduring mysteries. No place with that exact name survives, leading to numerous competing identifications based on linguistic evolution, strategic significance, and archaeological evidence. Popular suggestions include Badbury Rings in Dorset, a hill fort whose name preserves elements possibly derived from Baden Bath, Roman Aquae Sulis, whose Saxon name Badum could be related to Baden, Little Salisbury Hill near Bath, combining linguistic and strategic considerations. Liddington Castle in Wiltshire, an Iron Age hill fort overlooking important routeways. Various sites along presumed frontiers between British and Saxon-controlled territories. Archaeological evidence provides some context but no definitive answer. The late 5th and early 6th centuries show changes in settlement patterns and material culture, consistent with fluctuating boundaries between British and Saxon influences. Some sites show evidence of refortification during this period, suggesting communities preparing for conflict. However, battlefields themselves rarely leave clear archaeological signatures, particularly from this period when armies were relatively small and equipment largely biodegradable. The battle's significance lies in its apparent effect on Anglo-Saxon expansion. Both archaeological and textual evidence suggest a temporary slowdown in Germanic settlement during the early 6th century, followed by renewed advance later in the century. This pattern aligns with Gildas's description of a significant British victory that halted Saxon progress for a time. The conflict likely represented not a single battle between massive armies, but the culmination of a campaign involving relatively small forces, perhaps a few hundred warriors on each side, rather than the thousands implied by later accounts. Leadership would have rested with regional warlords commanding personal retinues supplemented by local levies, fighting for control of specific territories and resources rather than representing unified British or Saxon nations. It was a rare victory, and for a while there was peace. The period following Baden, roughly the first half of the 6th century, appears to have been a time of relative stabilization in the fluid boundaries between British and Saxon-controlled regions. Archaeological evidence shows continued occupation of British settlements that might otherwise have been abandoned or transformed through Saxon influence. Some areas display evidence of prosperity, with continued long-distance trade and local craft production. This wasn't peace in the modern sense of formal agreements between recognized states, but rather a temporary equilibrium in the complex power dynamics of post-Roman Britain. Saxon settlement continued in already established areas, but rapid territorial expansion slowed. British communities maintained their identity and political structures, perhaps finding opportunity to reorganize and strengthen their positions. Several factors likely contributed to this relative stability. The Saxon defeat at Baden demonstrated the continued military capability of British forces, potentially discouraging aggressive expansion and encouraging more diplomatic approaches to coexistence. British leaders may have consolidated their authority, establishing more effective defensive systems and political alliances. Saxon settlements were reaching a point of internal development focused on establishing sustainable communities rather than continuous expansion. External factors, including events in continental Europe affecting migration patterns, may have temporarily reduced demographic pressure. During this period, both British and Saxon societies were evolving in response to their changing environment and interactions with each other. British communities maintained elements of Romano-British culture while adapting to new political and economic realities. Saxon settlements developed from initial migration groups into more established polities with increasingly complex social structures and territorial identities. Religious changes were particularly significant during this period. Christianity maintained its presence in British areas, though with decreasing connection to continental church structures and increasing regional variations in practice. Saxon communities primarily maintained their traditional Germanic religious practices, though with some influence from neighboring British Christian communities. The formal Roman missionary effort under Augustine wouldn't arrive until 597 CE, but informal cultural exchange was already creating a religious landscape more complex than simple pagan-Christian division. Maybe it was a chieftain named Ambrosius, maybe someone named Artorius, maybe someone who had no name at all. But that one spark of success, it stuck in people's memories. It grew, it twisted. It became legend. If a historical figure stands behind the Arthurian legend, several candidates have been proposed based on fragmentary evidence from this period. Ambrosius Aurelianus, mentioned by Gildas as a leader of British resistance who predated Baden, came from Roman family background, born of the purple, and achieved early successes against Saxon forces. His chronology makes him too early to be the Baden leader, unless Gildas's timeline is significantly compressed. Various historical figures named Artorius have been identified as possible origins of the Arthur name, including Lucius Artorius Castus, a Roman military commander in Britain during the 2nd century CE. Far too early to be connected with post-Roman events, but potentially contributing to name associations. The name Arthur itself may derive from the Romano-British Artorius, the Celtic Artu, bear, or represent a title rather than a personal name. The absence of contemporary written records from this period means we depend on archaeological evidence, later literary sources, and linguistic analysis to reconstruct events and personalities. This creates fertile ground for multiple interpretations and allows the Arthurian legend to accommodate various historical contexts while transcending specific identification. Whether based on a single historical figure, a composite of several leaders, or a largely mythical creation, the Arthur legend grew because it served essential cultural functions. For British communities facing Saxon expansion, it provided a narrative of successful resistance and the possibility of restoration. For later medieval societies, it offered models of leadership, cautionary tales about internal conflict, and ethical frameworks for wielding power. The growth of the legend followed patterns common to oral tradition, with each generation adapting and expanding the narrative to address contemporary concerns while maintaining core elements that resonated across time. Regional variants developed, attaching Arthur to local landmarks and incorporating him into regional histories. As literacy expanded, these oral traditions began to be recorded, though invariably transformed in the process to reflect the priorities and perspectives of those doing the writing. And the person at the center of it? He got a crown, a sword, a round table, and about 1,000 years of posthumous press coverage. Not bad for a man who may or may not have existed. The Arthurian legend's evolution from potential historical roots to elaborate literary tradition represents one of history's most remarkable processes of cultural transformation. Each era added elements reflecting its values and concerns, creating a narrative tapestry of remarkable richness and adaptability. By the time Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote his influential Historia Regum Britanniae around 1136 CE, Arthur had acquired many features familiar to modern audiences. His conception through Merlin's magical intervention, his sword Caliburn, later Excalibur, his conquest of vast territories, and his final battle with his traitorous nephew Mordred. Geoffrey's work transformed Arthur from a British military leader to a king of international significance, reflecting the political aspirations of the Anglo-Norman rulers of his own time. French writers of the late 12th century, particularly Chrétien de Troyes, added crucial elements. The round table symbolizing equality among knights, the courtly love tradition exemplified by Lancelot and Guinevere's affair, and the quest for the Holy Grail. These additions reflected the values and concerns of high medieval aristocratic culture. With its elaborate codes of chivalry and increasing influence of religious ideals on secular life, the 13th century Vulgate cycle expanded these traditions into vast prose narratives exploring the entire Arthurian world from its origins to its fall. The 15th century Le Morte d'Arthur by Thomas Malory synthesized these traditions for an English audience, creating the version that would most strongly influence modern interpretations through its 19th century revival. Throughout this literary evolution, the legend maintained its core appeal, the vision of a golden age of justice, honor, and unity, ultimately undermined by human weakness. This tension between ideal and reality, between aspiration and limitation, gives the Arthurian tradition its enduring resonance across cultures and eras. The historical Arthur, if he existed, could never have imagined the cultural legacy attributed to him. The military leader who may have rallied British forces at Baden has been transformed into an archetype of just kingship, a tragic figure undone by those closest to him, a symbol of national identity, and a marketing phenomenon driving tourism and entertainment. Yet, despite this distance between historical reality and literary creation, something about the legend continues to speak to fundamental human concerns about leadership, community, justice, and the fragility of civilization. The quest for the historical Arthur continues, not just because of scholarly curiosity, but because the intersection of myth and history reveals something essential about how human societies understand themselves and their past. In the darkness and disruption of post-Roman Britain, communities needed stories that made sense of their experiences and offered hope for the future. The Arthur legend, whatever its historical basis, provided that framework, explaining past defeats, celebrating moments of success, and promising potential restoration. That pattern of meaning-making through narrative continues today, making Arthur not just a figure of the distant past, but a perpetually renewable resource for exploring what it means to create and maintain a just society. As you drift toward sleep, consider how the stories we tell reveal as much about our needs and values as they do about historical events. The misty origins of Arthur remind us that history isn't simply what happened, but how we make meaning from the fragments that survive. Perhaps the most important historical insight isn't determining whether Arthur existed, but understanding why we continue to seek him across 15 centuries of cultural memory. In early medieval Britain, kings were chosen by acclamation, by who could lead, who could protect. The selection and recognition of kings in post-Roman Britain and early Anglo-Saxon England involved complex processes combining practical assessment, hereditary claims, and communal acknowledgement. While later medieval systems would emphasize primogeniture and direct bloodline succession, earlier practices placed greater emphasis on a leader's demonstrated capabilities and community approval. The term acclamation captures an essential element of these practices, the formal public recognition of a new leader through collective vocal approval. This wasn't mere ceremony, but constitutive of legitimate authority. A leader without sufficient support from key stakeholders, warriors, religious authorities, land-holding elites, could not effectively rule regardless of hereditary claims. In Anglo-Saxon traditions, this process was formalized in the Wittenajmo, or meeting of wise men, where influential nobles and clergy would select kings, particularly when succession wasn't clear or when a dynasty changed. Similar practices existed in British communities, though with variations reflecting different cultural traditions and political structures. Capability in warfare remained a central qualification for kingship throughout this period. A king's primary function was protection, organizing defense against external threats, and maintaining internal peace through strength and diplomacy. Military success brought not only security, but resources through plunder and tribute, which a successful leader could distribute to followers, creating cycles of loyalty and reward essential to maintaining power. Beyond martial prowess, early medieval kingship required administrative abilities, judicial fairness, and generosity. The king as ring-giver, feast provider, and dispute settler. These qualities were assessed through direct observation and reputation, with potential rulers often serving in subordinate leadership roles to demonstrate their capabilities before being considered for kingship. Hereditary claims mattered but weren't absolute. Royal lineage provided presumptive qualification for leadership, but if an heir proved incompetent or unlucky in battle, alternatives from within the broader royal kin group might be preferred. This flexibility prioritized community survival over strict bloodline succession during a period when ineffective leadership could have catastrophic consequences. Religious sanction increasingly complemented these pragmatic considerations as Christianity spread. By the 7th century, formal anointing ceremonies conducted by bishops were adding divine endorsement to royal authority, gradually shifting emphasis from community selection toward divine right. This evolution would continue throughout the medieval period, eventually producing the elaborate coronation rituals of high medieval kingship. Later poets added the idea of fate, of divine right, of a sword no one could pull unless they were truly chosen. The transformation of these practical succession processes into the mystical selection symbolized by the sword in the stone reflects the medieval literary imagination's tendency to express political realities through supernatural metaphor. The sword motif brilliantly condenses complex social negotiations into a single dramatic moment where divine will manifests tangibly through miraculous intervention. This literary development coincided with significant changes in European political thought around royal legitimacy. The 12th and 13th centuries, when the sword and the stone motif emerged, saw increasing emphasis on divine right theories of monarchy, positioning kings as specially selected by God rather than merely elevated by human communities. The theological concept of election divine selection of individuals for particular purposes provided a framework for understanding royal authority that transcended both hereditary claims and community choice. In this view, God might select an unlikely candidate like young Arthur, working through apparent chance, finding the sword, to reveal a deeper providential plan. This supernatural legitimation solved practical political problems within the narrative. Arthur's claim to the throne is complicated by questions surrounding his birth and parentage, the product of deception and possibly illegitimate. The sword miracle bypasses these issues by providing unambiguous divine endorsement that overwhelms mundane objections. Beyond legitimation, the motif incorporates initiatory elements common to hero narratives across cultures. The successful drawing of the sword marks Arthur's transition from ordinary youth to extraordinary leader, from private person to public figure. Like many initiation rituals, it reveals qualities already present but previously unrecognized, bringing internal worth into external manifestation. The image also carries rich symbolic resonance beyond its narrative function. The sword representing military power, justice, and the capacity for violence, embedded in stone, representing permanence, stability, and natural order, creates a powerful visual metaphor for the proper relationship between force and restraint, between human agency and natural or divine limitation. And honestly, it's a better image than local council meeting plus shouting. This wry observation highlights the narrative power of symbolic condensation, the ability of a single vivid image to capture complex social processes in memorable, emotionally resonant form. The sword in the stone succeeds precisely because it transforms messy political negotiation into dramatic magical revelation, replacing contingent human decisions with cosmic certainty. The contrast between committee deliberation and miraculous demonstration reflects a tension within medieval political thought itself. Actual governance throughout the period involved complex consultation processes among various stakeholders, nobles, clergy, wealthy merchants, and sometimes broader community representatives. Yet the period's political ideology increasingly emphasized the singular, divinely ordained authority of monarchs. Literary depictions naturally favored the dramatic and visually striking over the procedural and discursive. The sword miracle creates a perfect narrative moment, visible, decisive, and unambiguous, that condenses what would historically have been extended processes of assessment, negotiation, and gradual consensus building. This preference for dramatic revelation over deliberative process has shaped political storytelling far beyond medieval romance. Modern political narratives continue to favor decisive moments and clear mandates over the incremental compromises and coalition building that characterize actual governance. The sword in the stone, in this sense, represents an enduring pattern in how human societies translate political realities into cultural narratives. The mythic image also serves psychological and social functions beyond its narrative role. By presenting leadership selection as divinely ordained rather than humanly determined, it resolves anxiety about the inherent uncertainties of succession. The magical test provides assurance that the right person has been chosen according to criteria beyond human manipulation or error. The sword in the stone is a symbol of impossible hope, of quiet destiny. The symbolic dimensions of the sword in the stone extend beyond its immediate narrative function to express deeper psychological and spiritual themes that contribute to its enduring resonance. As a symbol of impossible hope, it represents faith in resolution beyond apparent human capacity, the belief that insurmountable problems might yield to unexpected solutions when approached by the right person at the right time. This aspect speaks to historical contexts of crisis where conventional approaches seem inadequate. For communities in post-Roman Britain facing social collapse, economic disruption, and external threats, traditional leadership models and defense strategies often proved insufficient. The sword miracle symbolizes hope for emergence of leadership qualitatively different from the failing status quo, not merely a better version of familiar authority, but transformative leadership operating on different principles. As a symbol of quiet destiny, the motif reflects belief in latent purpose, revealing itself at appropriate moments, rather than being seized through ambition or calculation. Arthur doesn't actively seek kingship, but discovers his capacity for it through circumstances that reveal his inherent qualities. This vision of leadership as discovered vocation, rather than pursued ambition, offered an alternative to the often ruthless competition for power characteristic of medieval politics. The image carries theological resonances that would have been apparent to medieval audiences. The sword's extraction parallels resurrection motifs. What seems permanently fixed in death, stone, yields to reveal new life and possibility. This aligns with broader patterns in Arthurian legend, connecting Arthur's rule to renewal and restoration of a damaged world. Psychologically, the symbol speaks to recognition of previously unacknowledged potential, not just in leadership but in human development generally. The moment of drawing the sword represents discovery of capacities that were always present, but required particular circumstances to manifest, reflecting universal experiences of self-discovery through challenge. No one pulled a sword from a rock, but we all wish someone could. This poignant observation captures the motif's function as expression of collective longing rather than historical record. The enduring appeal of the sword in the stone lies precisely in its articulation of desires that transcend particular historical contexts, for clear legitimacy, for leadership equal to crisis, for confirmation that someone exists who can solve seemingly insoluble problems. The wish for someone who could perform this miracle reflects recurrent historical patterns, where communities facing complex systemic challenges seek singular savior figures rather than collective solutions. From millenarian movements awaiting divinely sent leaders to modern political narratives about uniquely qualified candidates, the underlying psychological pattern persists across cultural contexts. This longing becomes especially pronounced during periods of institutional failure and social fragmentation, conditions analogous to those following Roman withdrawal from Britain. When existing systems prove inadequate but no clear alternatives have emerged, symbolic narratives like the sword miracle provide psychological bridging mechanisms, maintaining hope for resolution while actual solutions develop through messier, more gradual processes. The universal accessibility of the image contributes to its cross-cultural resonance. While specific political systems vary across societies, the basic experience of hoping for capable leadership during crisis is nearly universal. The sword in the stone distills this hope into visual form that requires no elaborate explanation, allowing it to function effectively across linguistic and cultural boundaries. Paradoxically, acknowledgement that no one pulled a sword from a rock strengthens rather than diminishes the symbol's power by shifting emphasis from literal historical claim to shared human aspiration. The motif's effectiveness depends not on belief in its historical occurrence, but on recognition of the desire it expresses, making it available as meaningful symbol even to thoroughly modern audiences who maintain no belief in magical events. Glastonbury and the Great Grave hoax. Centuries later, monks at Glastonbury Abbey claimed they had found King Arthur's grave. Yes, the King Arthur, in a coffin next to Guinevere, marked with a cross that suspiciously had very modern-looking letters carved into it. The Glastonbury discovery represents one of history's most successful and consequential archaeological manipulations. A medieval publicity stunt with political, religious, and economic dimensions that continues influencing Arthurian tourism and scholarship centuries later. According to contemporary accounts, primarily Gerald of Wales writing in Liber de Principis Instructione, c. 1193, and Speculum Ecclesiae, c. 1216, monks at Glastonbury Abbey excavated a grave in 1191 between two ancient pyramids, likely memorial pillars, in the Abbey cemetery. They allegedly discovered a hollowed-out log containing two bodies, one large male skeleton and a smaller female skeleton with golden hair that crumbled when touched. Most significantly, they found a lead cross with an inscription reading Hic iasset sepultus inclitus rex Arthurus in Insula Avalonia. Here lies buried the famous King Arthur in the Isle of Avalon. This cross provided the crucial evidence connecting the burial to Arthur, whose legendary resting place in Avalon had been established in literary tradition. The timing of this discovery appears far from coincidental. Glastonbury Abbey had suffered a catastrophic fire in 1184 that destroyed most of its buildings, creating urgent need for funds to support rebuilding. The Arthurian connection promised to attract pilgrims and donations, transforming the abbey into a premier destination for both religious devotion and cultural tourism. Political circumstances made the discovery equally convenient. During this period, King Henry II faced challenges from Welsh rebellion, with Arthurian legends serving as inspiration for resistance against Norman rule. By locating Arthur's grave, confirming his death rather than the prophesied return celebrated in Celtic tradition, the discovery undermined a potent symbol of Welsh independence hopes. The abbey's identification as Avalon similarly served multiple agendas. It heightened Glastonbury's mystique by connecting it with legendary geography, while simultaneously rationalizing that geography within Christian institutional framework, transforming the potentially pagan otherworld of Avalon into identifiable church property. People came, they prayed, they donated. The discovery achieved its apparent objectives brilliantly, establishing Glastonbury as a major pilgrimage center and tourist attraction. Medieval visitors came to view the remains, which were reburied in an elaborate tomb before the high altar of the newly rebuilt Abbey Church, marked with an inscription identifying the occupants as Arthur and Guinevere. This lucrative attraction operated for centuries, drawing visitors and their donations until the abbey's dissolution during the Reformation under Henry VIII. The tomb was destroyed during this period, with the alleged remains disappearing, conveniently eliminating possibilities for later authentication or disproof through modern methods. The pilgrimage economy surrounding Arthur's tomb exemplifies medieval Christianity's complex integration of spiritual and material concerns. Pilgrimage served authentic devotional purposes while simultaneously functioning as economic engine for religious institutions. Visitors genuinely sought spiritual benefits, proximity to saints and holy objects believed to confer blessings and potential miracles, while their expenditures supported institutional maintenance and expansion. Beyond immediate financial benefits, Glastonbury's Arthurian connection elevated its status within English ecclesiastical hierarchy. The abbey already claimed significant religious prestige through associations with Joseph of Arimathea and early Christian settlement in Britain. Adding Arthur, transforming the potentially subversive national hero into confirmed Christian king buried on church land, strengthened Glastonbury's position as a preeminent English sacred site. For medieval pilgrims, the authenticity question likely mattered less than modern historical consciousness might suggest. Many relics and sacred sites throughout medieval Europe made claims that modern historians find dubious. Yet pilgrims received genuine spiritual comfort and community connection through interaction with these objects and places, regardless of their historical authenticity. It was likely a fundraising scheme. The abbey had burned down. It needed money. And Arthur? He was good for business. The evidence strongly suggests deliberate fabrication rather than mistaken identification. The lead cross, the key piece of evidence, appears particularly problematic, with inscription style inconsistent with 6th century epigraphy, but matching 12th century lettering. The inscription's reference to Insula Avalonia conveniently connected Glastonbury with Arthur's legendary burial place in ways that served the abbey's interests perfectly. The economic motivations seem transparent given Glastonbury's circumstances following the 1184 fire. Medieval abbeys existed within competitive economic environments, competing for pilgrims, donations, and patronage. Major rebuilding required extraordinary funding beyond normal operating income, creating strong incentives for developing new attractions. Arthur represented ideal leverage for this purpose. A figure of sufficient cultural prominence to draw visitors from throughout Britain and beyond, with legendary associations flexible enough to be adapted to Glastonbury's specific context. By capitalizing on existing Arthurian interest, the abbey tapped into cultural currents larger than conventional religious devotion. The business dimensions extended beyond direct donations to broader economic development. Major pilgrimage sites generated substantial secondary economies through hospitality services, relic production and sales, guide services, and various support industries. Glastonbury's town economy benefited significantly from Arthurian tourism, creating alignment between monastic and secular interests in maintaining the grave's credibility. Modern scholarship generally considers the discovery a medieval fabrication, though debate continues about whether the monks believed they had identified a genuine ancient burial or knowingly created a complete hoax. Some scholars suggest they may have discovered an actual ancient burial that they then opportunistically identified as Arthur's, while others argue for complete fabrication, including the burial itself. The monks' apparent confidence in presenting their discovery suggests they anticipated skepticism, but felt their evidence would prove convincing to contemporaries. Their strategy proved remarkably effective, as even chroniclers like Gerald of Wales, who reported some initial doubts, ultimately endorsed the find's authenticity, providing respectable intellectual cover for what modern analysis suggests was skillful marketing rather than actual archaeological discovery. but even if it was fake, people believed. And belief, even clumsy and forged, is sticky. This insightful observation highlights how fabricated narratives can develop authentic cultural significance through their reception and integration into community identity. The Glastonbury Arthur grave, whatever its origins, became real in meaningful ways through centuries of pilgrimage, storytelling, and emotional investment. The stickiness of belief reflects how narratives that fulfill psychological and social needs tend to persist despite evidential challenges. The Glastonbury identification offered closure to the open-ended Arthurian narrative while simultaneously opening possibilities for continued connection with the legendary king through physical proximity to his remains. This combination satisfied both narrative completion needs and ongoing relationship desires. For medieval Christians, physical proximity to sacred remains held genuine spiritual significance based on theological understandings of sanctity's material dimensions. Relics were believed to retain spiritual power regardless of their subject's historical status. Even if Arthur was legendary rather than historical, the belief in his exemplary kingship and Christian virtues could confer legitimate spiritual benefits through proximity to objects associated with him. Beyond individual belief, the Glastonbury Arthur became integrated into institutional and community identities. The abbey's self-understanding, the town's economic life, and eventually England's national myth-making all incorporated this narrative. Such multi-layered integration creates resistance to debunking, as questioning the story challenges not just historical facts, but identities built partly upon those alleged facts. Modern tourism at Glastonbury continues demonstrating how initially fabricated associations develop authentic cultural significance through reception and elaboration. Visitors today engage with Arthurian connections knowing they likely represent medieval invention rather than historical reality, yet still derive meaningful experiences from these associations through imaginative engagement, cultural appreciation, and connection to centuries of reception history. This pattern extends far beyond Glastonbury, representing a common process in cultural evolution where consciously created narratives gradually develop autonomous significance through community reception and elaboration. Origin stories that begin as deliberate constructions can evolve into central components of genuine cultural identity, with their initial fabrication becoming less relevant than their subsequent social function. Arthur wasn't buried there, but thousands of people buried their hopes there, and that's something. This poetic observation captures how sacred sites function beyond questions of historical authenticity. As repositories for collective emotions and aspirations projected onto physical locations that provide tangible connection to abstract ideals. The pilgrims who visited Arthur's supposed grave brought genuine hopes, sorrows, and desires that became part of the location's accumulated significance, regardless of the burial's authenticity. For many medieval visitors, Arthur represented ideal kingship, just, protective, unifying qualities frequently absent in the actual monarchs of their experience. Praying at his tomb allowed symbolic connection to these ideals, expressing hopes for better governance and social harmony that transcended the specific question of whether these particular bones belonged to a historical Arthur. The grave served as physical focalization point for national and cultural identity during periods of significant social change. Following the Norman conquest, both Anglo-Saxon and Norman factions could claim connection to Arthur through different aspects of the evolving legend, using the burial site as contested heritage that gradually helped integrate these traditions into emerging English identity. Pilgrimage generally involves projecting meaning onto physical locations, transforming ordinary geography into sacred space through narrative association and ritual practice. The Glastonbury grave exemplifies how this process operates regardless of historical authenticity. The accumulation of prayers, journeys, and emotional investment creates genuine spiritual significance through practice rather than historical connection. This understanding offers perspective on contemporary heritage and tourism practices, where visitors continue seeking meaningful connection to the past through physical locations and objects. The value of these experiences depends less on strict historical authenticity than on the quality of engagement and reflection they inspire. Their ability to connect present experience with larger cultural narratives and values. The thousands who buried their hopes at Glastonbury were participating in a fundamental human practice of investing physical spaces with meaning beyond their material properties. This practice creates authentic cultural heritage, even when initial claims prove historically questionable, developing significance through accumulated human experience rather than factual accuracy alone. These stories aren't loud. They don't scream for attention. They whisper. They linger. They wait for quiet minds, like yours, to drift over them. This beautiful description captures how historical understanding often develops, not through dramatic revelation, but gradual accumulation of attention to subtle patterns and quiet connections. The fragmentary evidence from post-Roman Britain doesn't announce definitive conclusions, but rewards patient consideration with glimpses of authentic human experience beneath later elaborations. The whispering quality of these historical traces contrasts with the bold declarations of later Arthurian literature and modern popular culture adaptations. The actual evidence speaks softly, requiring attentive listening rather than passive reception, an engagement more like meditation than entertainment, revealing different insights depending on the questions and awareness brought to the material. This approach to history is something that lingers rather than declares, acknowledges the fundamentally partial nature of our access to the past. Unlike fictional narratives with clear beginnings, middles, and ends, historical understanding remains always incomplete, developing through accumulation of perspectives rather than definitive resolution. The waiting quality suggests how historical understanding depends partly on receptivity, on developing the quiet attention that allows subtle patterns to emerge. Different periods develop different relationships with the past based on their capacity to hear these whispers, to recognize significance in fragments previously overlooked or misinterpreted according to prevailing assumptions. This gentler approach to historical connection aligns with this chapter's bedtime story framing, suggesting how historical reflection might function as contemplative practice rather than mere information acquisition. The drowsy mind approaching sleep may perceive connections and patterns that escape more directed analytical attention, allowing intuitive appreciation of historical resonances. For modern readers, this invitation to let history whisper rather than proclaim offers welcome alternative to more assertive historical narratives that promise certainty where evidence allows only probability. The Arthurian materials particularly reward this gentler approach, revealing different facets when approached with different questions and concerns across centuries of reception. Arthur may not have lived the way we picture, but his story kept people warm on cold nights. And maybe right now it's doing the same for you. This tender observation shifts focus from historical facticity to emotional and psychological function, from what actually happened to how stories sustain us through difficulty. The image of narratives providing warmth evokes both literal scenarios of storytelling beside fires during dark winters and metaphorical comfort during periods of social darkness and uncertainty. Throughout history, Arthurian legends have flourished, particularly during times of social disruption and cultural anxiety. From post-Roman collapse to Norman conquest, to Victorian industrial transformation, to modern technological acceleration, the legends provide continuity and orientation amidst change, offering frameworks for understanding disruption within longer historical patterns. This function recalls the original context of early Arthurian material emerging during post-Roman fragmentation, when communities faced fundamental uncertainty about political organization, cultural identity, and basic security. Stories of Arthur provided both practical inspiration for resistance and psychological reassurance that current disorder existed within meaningful historical patterns, rather than representing total chaos. For contemporary audiences, Arthurian material continues offering similar comfort amid technological disruption, political polarization, and environmental anxiety. The cycle of Camelot's rise, golden age, and fall provides perspective on current challenges, suggesting both the possibility of creating better societies and the eternal human tendencies that complicate these aspirations. The personal address? Maybe right now it's doing the same for you. Acknowledges how cultural heritage functions not just collectively, but individually, with each person finding particular resonances based on their circumstances and needs. The Arthurian tradition's remarkable adaptability across centuries stems partly from this capacity to offer different elements to different audiences while maintaining core themes of aspiration, achievement, and human limitation. This understanding of mythology as psychologically functional rather than historically accurate offers perspective on why certain stories persist across dramatic cultural changes that render many aspects of their original contexts irrelevant. Stories that address enduring human concerns about leadership, community, betrayal, and redemption retain relevance despite changing superficial details. Sleep's not far now. One more chapter, a little goodnight thought, and then we'll leave Arthur behind and let the myths rest. This gentle transition maintains the chapter's bedtime story framing while preparing for narrative closure, acknowledging both the book's progression and the reader's approaching sleep. The parallel between reading, listening experience, and historical patterns creates pleasing symmetry. The stories settle into memory, just as historical events settle into cultural memory across centuries. The promise of one more chapter provides reassurance of continued but limited engagement, respecting the reader's growing drowsiness while maintaining narrative momentum. This balance between completion and continuation mirrors the Arthurian tradition itself, which provides satisfying narrative arcs while always suggesting further stories beyond current telling. The phrase, "let the myths rest," carries multiple meanings, allowing the reader to rest alongside the myths, acknowledging the fragmentary nature of historical understanding that requires accepting uncertainty and recognizing how myths themselves undergo periods of dormancy before reawakening in new forms suited to changing cultural circumstances. This approach to historical engagement as cyclical rather than linear reflects broader patterns in cultural transmission, where stories and symbols move between periods of active elaboration and relative dormancy, often re-emerging when social conditions create new needs that ancient patterns can address in contemporary forms. The bedtime setting itself connects modern experience with ancient practice, the tradition of storytelling before sleep, representing one of humanity's oldest and most persistent cultural patterns. In sharing Arthurian material this way, modern readers participate in continuity with countless previous generations who found meaning and comfort in similar narrative exchanges during daily transitions from wakefulness to sleep, from activity to reflection. In this quiet transition space between consciousness and dreams, historical understanding itself takes on dreamlike qualities, less concerned with strict factual boundaries and more receptive to meaningful patterns and resonances across time. The approaching edge of sleep creates receptivity to understanding how myths function, not through historical accuracy, but through their capacity to articulate enduring human experiences of aspiration, limitation, and transformation. Chapter 4. The Slow History Bits. Legends fade, but some stories stay. Content of the first part remains the same. The real Merlin now. Merlin. Everyone loves Merlin. The wise wizard with the beard, the staff, the habit of saying cryptic things right before something explodes. But he didn't start that way. The earliest versions of Merlin weren't even called Merlin. One of them was Myrddin, a wild man of the woods, supposedly driven mad by war. He lived alone, talked to animals, wrote poetry about the end of the world. The figure we know as Merlin emerges from a fascinating convergence of historical possibility, literary invention, and cultural transformation. The development of this character illuminates the processes by which legends grow and adapt across centuries, absorbing new elements while maintaining core resonances that speak to enduring human concerns. The earliest traceable ancestor of the Merlin character appears in Welsh tradition as Myrddin Wyllt, Myrddin the Wild, a 6th century bard and prophet who allegedly went mad after witnessing the horrors of battle. According to these traditions, Myrddin fled civilization for the Caledonian forest, where he lived a solitary existence, communing with animals and receiving prophetic visions. The 9th or 10th century poem Afalenau, The Apple Trees, portrays Myrddin as a traumatized figure hiding in the woods, addressing an apple tree as his only confidant while lamenting the destruction of his former world. This poignant portrait presents not a magical advisor to kings, but a broken man seeking solace in nature after experiencing profound loss. Another Welsh figure, Myrddin Emrys, Myrddin the Immortal, appears in the tale of Lludd and Llefelys, associated with the legendary founding of Carmarthen, Caerphilly in Welsh, traditionally interpreted as Myrddin's Fort. This character seems more connected to place lore and founding myths than to the later Arthurian advisor. These Welsh traditions remained largely separate from Arthurian material until Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century works connected them. In his earlier Prophetiae Merlini, Prophecies of Merlin, and later in the Historia Regum Britanniae, History of the Kings of Britain, Geoffrey introduced Merlinus, changing the name partly to avoid association with the French word merde, and creating the Latinized form that would evolve into Merlin. Geoffrey's Merlin combines elements of the Welsh Myrddin tradition with another legendary figure, Ambrosius, mentioned by the 6th century historian Gildas and expanded upon in the 9th century Historia Brittonum. This Ambrosius appears as a mysterious fatherless child with prophetic abilities, explaining to King Vortigern why his tower repeatedly collapses, 2 fighting dragons beneath the foundation, and predicting the future of Britain. By merging these traditions, Geoffrey created a character with both prophetic abilities and a connection to the Arthurian world, though his Merlin never actually meets Arthur in the Historia. Geoffrey later expanded Merlin's story in his Vita Merlini, Life of Merlin, which reincorporates elements of the wild man tradition, suggesting Geoffrey recognized these as originally separate figures he was consciously combining. He wasn't a court magician. He was more like a medieval forest conspiracy theorist, with surprisingly good metaphors. The early Welsh Myrddin poems reveal a figure far removed from the self-assured royal advisor of later tradition. These works present a traumatized witness to historical catastrophe, expressing grief and confusion rather than mastery and control. The poems attributed to Myrddin contain haunting imagery of a lost world, with natural elements, trees, animals, weather, serving as both confidants and symbols of endurance beyond human conflict. This tradition portrays Myrddin as possessing a particular form of wisdom born from suffering and isolation, the perspective of one who stands outside society and therefore sees its patterns and follies more clearly. His prophecies emerge not from arcane learning or supernatural power, but from this critical distance and the psychological insight it provides. The conspiracy theorist comparison is apt in that both perceive hidden patterns and make connections others miss, though the historical Myrddin's perspective arose from genuine social collapse rather than paranoia. His retreat to the wilderness represented both a response to trauma and a spiritual choice, reflecting Celtic traditions of wilderness wisdom that predated Christianity. The poetry attributed to this figure employs sophisticated natural metaphors, drawing parallels between seasonal cycles, animal behavior, and human affairs. These aren't mere decorative comparisons, but reveal a worldview in which human society exists within rather than above natural patterns, a perspective that would gradually transform as Merlin evolved into a figure who manipulates nature through magical knowledge. Later, writers turned him into Arthur's advisor, added some druid flair, made him magical, mysterious, and slightly inappropriate in most French versions. The transformation of Myrddin Merlin from traumatized prophet to powerful magician and royal advisor occurred gradually across centuries of literary development, with each cultural tradition emphasizing different aspects of the character. Geoffrey of Monmouth's 12th century works established Merlin as a prophet associated with royal power, but not yet specifically as Arthur's advisor. Geoffrey connects him instead with Arthur's conception, arranging through magic for Uther Pendragon to seduce Igraine by taking on the appearance of her husband. But Merlin disappears from the narrative before Arthur's birth. The late 12th and early 13th centuries saw Merlin's role expand significantly within the emerging Arthurian literary tradition. Robert de Boron's Merlin, c. 1200, transformed the character in profound ways, introducing the notion that Merlin was conceived by a demon to serve as Antichrist, but saved through his mother's piety, retaining supernatural powers but dedicating them to good. This backstory explained Merlin's magical abilities while situating them within a Christian framework of redemption. Robert's work established Merlin firmly as Arthur's essential supporter, orchestrating the Sword in the Stone episode, advising the young king, and helping establish the Round Table. This version of Merlin combines magical power with political acumen, serving as both supernatural agent and strategic counselor to the ideal king. The French Vulgate and post-Vulgate cycles, 13th century, further developed Merlin's character and narrative arc, introducing the motif of his downfall through love for a female student, Viviane or Nimue, who uses his own magic to imprison him. This tragic conclusion balances his earlier powers with a fundamental vulnerability, suggesting that even the wisest can be undone by emotion. The druidic elements associated with Merlin represent later medieval and Renaissance interpretations rather than authentic early material. As interest in pre-Christian traditions grew, Merlin became increasingly identified with imagined druidic practices, particularly in 19th and 20th century reinterpretations. The historical druids of Celtic society had been eliminated or assimilated centuries before the period in which any historical figure behind Merlin might have lived. The inappropriate qualities appearing in French romances reflect both literary conventions of courtly romance and cultural differences in moral emphasis. French versions often explore Merlin's demonic heritage and sexuality more explicitly than English traditions, portraying him as morally ambiguous, powerful and benevolent in supporting Arthur, but potentially threatening in his otherworldly nature and desires. But he came from pain, from loneliness, from the quiet madness of watching the world fall apart and still believing that stories could save it. This poignant observation captures something essential about the Merlin figure's emotional core that persists across his many transformations. The earliest Welsh traditions ground him in historical trauma, specifically the collapse of British resistance to Saxon expansion and the loss of ancestral lands, culture, and political independence. Merlin's retreat to the forest represents both personal and collective trauma response. His madness isn't merely individual psychological breakdown, but embodies his culture's disorientation following the collapse of its foundational structures. His prophecies, often obscure, fragmented, and apocalyptic, reflect attempts to make meaning from catastrophe, to discern patterns that might offer some sense of order or purpose within apparent chaos. The enduring appeal of Merlin may lie partly in this foundation in authentic historical grief. Despite later accretions of magical power and courtly sophistication, something of the wounded witness remains, giving the character emotional depth beyond mere supernatural spectacle. His wisdom emerges not from detached scholarly study but from lived experience of loss and suffering, lending authenticity to his insights. The belief in stories as salvific, as having power to preserve meaning and possibility, even as material realities collapse, connects directly to the historical context of post-Roman Britain. As political structures, urban centers, and economic networks disintegrated, cultural continuity depended increasingly on narrative traditions that could preserve collective memory and values across generations of disruption. Merlin thus functions simultaneously as character within a story and as meta-commentary on storytelling itself. His prophecies model how narrative creates connections between past, present, and future, offering frameworks for understanding current experience within longer historical arcs. Like the historical bards and poets of early medieval Celtic societies, he transforms raw experience into structured meaning through language. In later medieval contexts, when the historical circumstances of post-Roman collapse had faded from immediate relevance, this aspect of Merlin evolved to address other forms of social anxiety and transformation. His liminality, existing between human and supernatural realms, between Christian and pagan traditions, between court and wilderness, allowed him to articulate tensions within medieval culture itself, particularly around questions of knowledge, power, and moral authority. So, you've made it. Through the myths, through the mud, through bad porridge, worse plumbing, and a kingdom built mostly on confusion and poetry, and you're still here. Warm, safe, blanketed in the modern miracle of central heating and dental care. That's no small thing. We love the idea of King Arthur. The sword, the crown, the table where everyone got a seat, except apparently the kitchen staff. But the truth? Arthurian Britain wasn't a fantasy. It was wet, cold, and uncertain. A place where survival was more impressive than swordplay, where a good day meant a full belly and no infections. You wouldn't survive as King Arthur, and neither would King Arthur, honestly. At least not in the way we like to imagine. But that's okay. Because right now you're not wearing a wool tunic. You're not waiting for Saxons to knock over your hut. You're not paying taxes and chickens. And unless you've deeply offended a druid in the last 24 hours, No one's going to curse your crops. You're lying somewhere soft, breathing slowly, thinking quietly, maybe already drifting, maybe still listening. Either way, thank you for spending this time here in a strange little pocket between history and sleep. And if you're still awake, just barely, maybe leave a little comment below. Tell me if you survived the goats, the porridge, and the plague, or just right, still warmer than medieval Britain. If this quiet little time travel helped you rest, feel free to like, subscribe, or follow. Not just for me, but so the next time sleep runs late, you'll know exactly where to find it. Now rest, sleep well, and may your dreams be free of curses, cold floors, and historically inaccurate helmets. Good night.